So, morning guys, and welcome to XP11. So, should be a very good one today. So, today, being June the 20th, it's the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. So, what I tried to do every year on this channel is do the longest flight in the world, which is, or at least was, London Heathrow to Perth in Australia. That's Qantas Flight 10, QF10, and that's flown in the Boeing 787. So, yeah, I thought this year being a very different year to many of the whole situation going on right now around the world, I thought it'd be a good idea to kind of try and do something to support. So, uh, Tiltify with the British Red Cross are doing like a fundraiser. Game for 19 hours and raise money to support the cause. So, 19 hours of COVID-19. So yeah, like I say, the aim of that is to try and fly today, a bit of a fundraiser, see if we can raise as much money as possible for the British Red Cross in supporting COVID-19 in and around the UK. And well, the goal is, if we hit £150 after this flight, we won't finish at Perth, but I'll take off again and go to Melbourne. So regardless, we will be landing in Perth because we do need to refuel regardless of the next decision. But yeah, it's going to be a very big flight this, but I am certainly excited to give it a go. So, we're at Heathrow right now. Here's the Qantas 787. There, China actually is just spawned next to us as well, so we have got a friend sitting next to us. But, like I say, it's going to be a fair bit of a prep. I have set 30 minutes of ground preparation, but it may take a little bit longer. I'd say 45 if we're lucky. So, we'll start setting up the aircraft. Battery comes on. External powers on. We have forward external power, so I'll just turn those on instead. Generator controls active, seat utilities, and we'll also start aligning the IRS since that's going to take a few minutes. 7:14, so it's not actually too bad for an IRS to align that. We're in London right now, or in Sydney. We're at London right now, so we are going to depart from London Heathrow, and it's 17 hours to Perth in Australia. We won't fly to Sydney at any point. It's either Perth or Melbourne, depending on how much gets raised and all. Donation links in the description as well, both on Twitch and YouTube, so if you want to throw a bit of money at it, then feel free to. If not, then do share the stream around, do share the link around. Like I say, the whole aim is to try and get as much as possible in supporting the Red Cross and what they do. So, turn on the automatic features, the window heats. We'll turn on the... actually, we won't turn the fuel pump on yet, since we do need to actually refuel the aircraft. Quite a fair bit we need to load today, given that we are flying so far. How much is it we need to load? We need to load 101,500 kilos. So certainly it's going to be a fair bit of a load. It's going to be a very heavy aircraft this. Due to the weight limitations of the 787 and the distance of the flight, with how much fuel require, the aircraft is limited to 178 passengers. Any more than that, and it starts becoming too heavy to fly. So we'll be following the real-world regulation as well. So make sure that everything I need is active. I don't really need the logo light, it is daytime at the moment. Anti-ice automatics. Seatbelt sign we'll leave off for now. Quick final check. Make sure the electrics are active as well. Engine primaries on. That should be all that. So, first things first, let's introduce passengers, shall we? Let's also go to main screen. So, start a new flight. We are going from Echo Golf Lima Lima Heathrow to Yankee Papa Papa Hotel Perth. Flight number is QF10. Cruising altitude will be 410. Flight time is 16 hours and 40 minutes, give or take a few for the approach as well. Time to take off is about 25 minutes. We'll say 24 by the time we finish setting this up. We are flying a Boeing 787-9 with 178 people on board. We have got Wi-Fi, we have got entertainment, we have got the Qantas boarding music, as well as safety demo, which will also be playing in the background. We have got drinks and snacks, we have got meals, and it starts. So, passengers aboard the aircraft, we'll have the music in the background as well. Hopefully that'll just start in a second. Yeah, unfortunately the jet bridges you can't quite move at Heathrow, so you have to do without. Right, I think so. If I refuel the aircraft now, so let's head over to the fueling section. Be weight and balance, and let's make sure we've got everything we require. So total internal fuel will be 101,456. We're going to carry a bit extra just in case. I'd say 15,000, so we'll make that 16. Confirm that. Okay, that's the literal maximum load the aircraft are required fuel, so we'll do that. Payload weight, we'll add a bit of a payload, but not too much given that we have got quite a light aircraft. Yeah, we actually have a short haul of 26,000 kilos of fuel, so hopefully that won't affect us in any ill way. Let's save that, confirm that. Aircraft has been fueled, aircraft will be ready to fly. Can hear the body music in the background. It's not the loudest thing in the world, but at the end of the day the pilots don't hear too much what's going on in the cabin. So back to the front, let's start programming the flight management computer. So our routes, whoops, clear the messages. So it's Heathrow to Perth, Yankee Pepper Hotel. Company routes, let's quickly pop up the... Actually, it's not a company route, we're putting it in all manually, which is going to be a very long process. Let's try and find the lists. Cool, so flight number is QANTAS 10, and our first waypoint will be Det. So we have in total 5 lines of waypoints to plug in. First we'll be going via Lima 6 to DVR. Following that will be Uniform Lima 9 to Conan. Uniform Lima 607 to Amasi. Uniform Mike 149 to Bombay. Following Bombay is directs to Tenlo. Following that, next page, is going to be Lamsey. Now on line 2 of the flight plan. Lamsey to PSATs. Then it is Tegri. Following Lima 605 to Nico. Then it's Papa 975 to Artat. Then it's Uniform Papa 975 to Noldo. Now on line 3 of flight plan. Papa 975 again to CDAD. So go straight to CDAD. Following that is Romeo 784. We go to IMDAT. Bravo 416 to Orsa. Romeo 784 to Tatsla. Next page. Lima 223 to Tardy. So we are now getting towards the area. November 629 to Gidan. Papa 570 to Kitao. Lima 894. Sorry, yeah, 894. To Merib. We're almost there, don't worry, guys. Yeah, usually it's going to be a company route that gets programmed into this, but I thought, for the sake of it today, might as well plug it all in. Last waypoint, Brig. And with that, our flight plan executed. Company route, so VNAV, sorry, will be, confirm that's fine, it'll be 410 by the end of stepping climb. Target speed's 290 at 7.4. It'll actually be... No, 290 at 7.4 does make sense. Right, make sure that... Ah, perhaps that's why. Okay, clear that, sorry. That's fine then. So, next page, 308, that makes more sense. And then it's a cruiser 410. I'll turn the legs, make sure that's all correctly put in, which it has been. And we don't actually reach cruise until we get about Rombu, but we'll look into the step climbs afterwards in case we can actually change those. Let's have a look. 0.800/310. Invalid entry. Okay, so yeah, we'll go straight up to cruise. Make sure that both sit onto the legs page. We'll set up our departure as well, but we'll do that in a couple of moments. I want to do a few checks. China's pushed back, so he'll be on his way shortly. Passengers are currently boarding. They'll be hopefully with us very shortly. See what you guys are saying. Transit out is 6,000, not 41,000. Yeah. Transition altitude, sorry. That gets determined not there, but for climb out there. This is transition altitude. Actually, that is there as well. That makes a bit more sense. So yeah, transition 6 up through 10. And then cruising at 41. Right, we'll do a quick check, make sure there's any active control tower at the moment, although at the moment there isn't. So it will just be Unicom for now, 1 to 2.8, which we are tuned to. Cabin crew do their quick announcements. Engine shutdown, battery discharge, doors and hydraulic system pressure. Yeah, until we turn on the APU, those issues are not too much of a problem. We have refueled, so we'll turn on the seatbelt sign now, and we'll get rid of the we'll get rid of ground vehicles while we're here. That's active, which means we can also now see all the doors, at least the cargo door. We'll leave the passenger open just for a little bit longer, since we've still got a few more minutes of boarding left. So, welcome main channel gaming vlog. Welcome Kate. How are you both doing? Welcome Swati. Hope you're all doing well today. Will we fly over the Indian Ocean? Yes, we will be flying over the Indian Ocean with our routes today. Right. There goes the Air China now. Flight plan's been set. We'll see if it's because the last information I got, it was a 2-6 right departure. Although, yeah, China, I presume, will probably go 2-6 left. If that is the case, then we'll just change our departure for that as well. We will quickly grab ATIS for Stansted for Heathrow. Let's have a look. QNH 1020. Right, broken clouds at 49,000. Visibility plus 10. Winds are at 8 knots, heading 210. So definitely be a 27 departure, just which side we need to find out. Look at the overhead. Overhead is looking good. RS has aligned. Let's quickly have a look at our flight plan. I mean, you can see it's a bit funky at the start there, that a proper departure set. He is going to use 27 left, so we shall do the same. We runway 27 left via the Dets departure. Let's program that. So departure 27 left via the Dets to Golf. Clear that. That looks fine. That departure looks more steady as well, which is always good. And so we'll be flying just via the south of London. So over the plan mode and have a look a bit further. So yeah, fly over the south of London. We then leave the UK, over Europe, fly a majority of Europe until we head towards the Middle East, fly over the Middle East, over the Indian Ocean, and then eventually, we have 22 pages of legs on the FMS. Unfortunately, there's no brakes in that. Yeah, eventually, we'll then start making the approach into Australia, and then land at Perth. So far, so good. I'll leave it on around range 10. Also get rid of some of the information we don't want, such as... actually, no, I think I can do all of that. So, let's start up the APU, shall we? Let's bring some power onto the aircraft. Let's get ourselves independence from the ground. So, we'll start that. Watch the AP RPM spin up soon. What do I think of MK? Oh, yeah, it looks interesting. Yeah, I've seen a few screenshots of their projects coming around. Hopefully it'll be as good as it looks so far, and especially if it'll be a freeware project. Hopefully it'll be worth it, but we'll see what time tells. So, power now up. In a second, we'll be able to switch over the APU generator. You had the texture extremely flat. It is still very early in development, so I'm sure once more progress goes into it, things will certainly change. But yeah, certainly, let's say, if it looks good, if it is as good as it sounds, then certainly it'll be worth a download for sure. Right, so FMS is set up. Departure is set up, systems are set up. Let's program our takeoff, shall we? So we are starting from London, Echo Golf Lima Lima, going to Perth, Yankee Papa Papa Hotel, and performance. We are departing runway 27 left. Conditions are dry. Winds are currently... pop over in the ATIS info again. Also, we'll show you the keyboard. Winds are currently 210 at 8. Temperature's 14 degrees outside. Altimeter 1020. Takeoff rating, flaps 10. Anti-icing will be off since we are above 10 degrees. Takeoff weight is going to be, we're currently at 238.6. So it'll be 238,600. Centre of gravity will be 23%. That's to 0. Let's hide the keyboards. And that is our takeoff speed. So it'll be 169 rotates. Cruising altitude, I'll set this to. Welcome XG, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Flight directors on and on. And as far as I'm now concerned, that is pretty much all of the ground setup ready to go. Let's speak to our passengers, shall we? Let's introduce ourselves. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard flight QF10 from London Heathrow to Perth. Flight time today will be around 17 hours, and we'll be pushing back in just a couple of minutes. Hope you enjoy the flight, sit back, relax, and any questions, speak to our cabin crew today. So, obviously the flight attendants beat me to it, but we will still do the public address, since that's always good to speak to the passengers. Mind if I find the checklist? I mean, it's already done virtually, but feel free to. Right, well, since the boarding's now complete, we can close all exits. Jet bridges will have pushed back, and so we are now ready for push and starts. What time is it now? It's 8:51, so we've got another 10 minutes or so until we are set to be in the air. So far so good. Beacon lights not yet. So we're not going to do our engine pushback just yet. Beacon lights will come on as soon as we're ready. Like I said, I should do a quick final check, make sure everything is working system wise, and then we are good to go. For example, the fuel pumps, probably would be a good idea to have those turned on right now, especially if the APU is running. Parking brake is set. No need for logo lights since it is above daytime. And I don't think we're going to need the fanning as well, because in the UK it'll be 2 in the morning. In Australia it'll be like 1 PM in the afternoon. So for the Australian viewers, I get a live stream from me. So what checklist? Pre-engine. Well, actually, we'll call the pushback truck. Otherwise, the next checklist really to perform will be the engine starts. So ground services will plan a pushback.
Round to cockpit. Plan acknowledge. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
And let's call up the fuel
Round to
truck.
cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Quickly announce over Unicom that we are going to push and starts. So, let's set this all up. So runway 26 left via the DTG to Golf. Is it DTG? Sorry, or is it DETS? I think it's the DETS to Golf actually. Yes, DET to Golf. Confirm that. We are at gate or stand 103.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
We'll start up the beacon light as we are now ready for engine starts. So beacon lights active, parking brake set, pushback truck attaching, complete push and starts. Yeah, should be a good trip this overall. Like I say, it's 17 hours to Australia. I'm going to try and stay here for as much of that as possible, so I'm going to be knackered by the end of this.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released. Won't be touching that again for several hours. Starting pushback. We may start engines. So, engine 2, whoops, starts. That's anti-ice, sorry. Start switched up here. So the packs are being automatic, they'll power down. Engine 2 will start to heat up. And as soon as we hit about 14 on the N2, we'll start the fuel flow for engine 2. Engine 2 active, engine 1 starts. Stop. What's up, MXG? There we go. So far, so good. We shall turn off the AP generator so I can be sure that we're on the engine power, which we are. So generators off, engine off. It's alright, MXG.
Welcome to the QANTAS flag boat base in Rosebery, Australia's first international airport, right here on Sydney Harbour. Our life jackets look like this. Yours are a little more modern. You'll find one under your seat, next to it, or in the leg rest.
Also, before I forget, we'll also start the flight on Project's flight.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tows. Stand by.
That's down to 10 degrees.
And remember, only inflate your life jacket after you leave the aircraft.
Leave trim to neutral. 169 rotate. Confirm that we've set that, which we have. So we 167 V1, 169, 173, 27 left. Takeoff weight set. Flaps 10. Acceleration height initially 1,200 feet at ground level.
If oxygen is required,
We will disconnect some hand signals.
put it on quickly and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow as you take a breath. Fit your own mask.
Next thing I need to do is let's look at the map, shall we? So head over to radar mode, get rid of traffic. Hopefully my aircraft will appear. Shit has done.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
How am I going to do this? I never realised the Project Flight map had a slight limit. Okay, I'll do it like this then. So set the map up. Let's then pop open the Project Fly map. Give me 2 seconds to adjust the crop for that as well. So right, we'll go to the tip of Australia. And left, we'll also do the same. 400s, 500s, there we go. Top, set to the top of England, or top of the UK even. And bottom, just to the tip of Australia as well. Cool. So now, on the lower left screen, you'll be able to track this flight through and through. Nav source. It's going to be off the FMS, although 7.8 doesn't quite have that. Can explain VATS and model matching. I'm on IVAO, so unfortunately not. Right, turn on the taxi lights. Strobe lights can come on as well. Flaps are down. Aircraft's ready for taxi. So release parking brake. And let's head over to the runway. Welcome Norwegian, how you doing?
Smoking isn't allowed on QANTAS flights anymore. Your aircraft is fitted with smoke detectors, including in the toilets, so there's no
While we're
smoke.
here as well, let's do a quick systems check.
This includes e-cigarettes.
That's going to be flight control. So, we have got full elevator. Got aileron and wing spoilers. We have got rudder.
We've always been committed to innovation, and it was a QANTAS employee, Jack Grant, who invented the very first inflatable escape slide raft. Your aircraft today is fitted with
Autopilot jet takeoff will be set just before entering the runway.
operate an emergency. If you need to evacuate, leave all items behind. Slide leaning forward with your hands on the wheels.
If you have an electronic device, it's time to switch it to flight mode. I'm pretty sure I won't lose my phone, but if you lose yours, please avoid moving your seat or trying to retrieve it, as phones and tablets may be damaged or destroyed if caught in the seat belts. Just ask a crew member for help.
Oh, it should be a bit fun as well, as the taxiway over here does send us out in front of the Concords that currently sits at 27 left at Heathrow. The safe demo is almost over. It's 8 minutes in length from Qantas.
Located in your seat pocket. It also includes a health and safety section with important information on deep vein thrombosis or DVT. It's time to ensure that your seat back is upright and your tray table is stowed. If you've missed anything, it's on your safety card, also in your seat pocket.
Flaps take off, flaps are down to 10.
Your crew are here to help, so please follow their instructions at all times. They'll be coming by later with a UNICEF chain for good bag, a Qantas program that has already raised over 35 million.
And we'll head over to the end of the runway, ready for start.
If you have any spare change in any currency, please share it to help deliver life-saving healthcare, clean water and education.
That's engines back.
Whether you're starting your journey or
Hold short to runway 27 left.
thank you.
Thank you for flying with us.
That's us. Check left hand side, no aircraft on approach. Check right hand side, no aircraft on the runway. Let us set the landing lights. Taxi lights off. Set the the XPDR to indents, so we'll then be squawking now hopefully. All goes to plan. And let's announce that we are taking off. So line up and take off runway 26 left at Heathrow. A little bit of engines in. Come on, Swati, we know what's going on. Unfortunately, it has now become a bit spam, that checklist. Right, let's set the brakes to eject the takeoff. Engines up, 40%. And let's get going. How long the stream? Stream is 19 hours today. So I'll be finishing off at around 1 in the morning, which is going to be a fun one. Actually more like 2 in the morning for me.
V1.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate. Oh, it's a heavy aircraft today.
Positive rate.
Gear up. It's a very heavy aircraft, this, you can feel it on the climb out. Flaps up to 5. Adjust trim for climb outs.
1000.
1000. LNAV, VNAV, autopilot's active. Auto throttle is armed. Alright, let's do this, shall we? Gonna have a really long day. Oh yeah, of course. But hey, that's the fun of it, isn't it? I'm not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. Just a reminder that this is a charity stream today. So anyone that has got a few quid spare, we are raising money for the Red Cross. So we have got a link in the description. Feel free to throw some money at that. Hopefully, we can raise at least 150 today. 150, I then continue on from Perth and fly to Melbourne. Absolutely, it's going to be a long flight, but absolutely worth it at the same time as well. Right, passing through 40,000. Sorry, 4,000. Not yet 40,000. That's up. So until we pass 10,000, leave landing lights on, as well as the speed limit of 250 knots. So just over there in distance, within the haze, is the City of London. Fortunately, it's clear skies at the moment, though I do expect some cloud cover over continental Europe. Towards the Middle East, clear skies again. Australia should be relatively cloudy, but nothing too bad. Check with the overheads, make sure I've not left anything out. It looks like though everything is set. So we'd also get a warning message if we had messed something up. So doors automatically closed. Seatbelt sign is active until at least 10,000. Make sure I'll send altimeter as well since we have passed 6. There's a few clouds kind of trying to exist over there. But yeah, that's about it really. Got one more left-hand turn. We are flying now over the southern border of Greater London. Pass through 10,000, landing lights off. Should also be able to spot Gatwick from here as well. Let's have a look. Gatwick Airport is just there. So yeah, we do fly right in the middle of London's 2 major airports. There's Heathrow. Should spot Northport from here as well, which we can. London City, which we can also spot. It's all so close together. Right, we'll turn off the seatbelt sign now, since I can be quite assured that nothing's gonna get in the way of that. And then I say, we now sit back, relax, and let the aircraft do all the rest. So, how are you guys doing this morning? How are you so early on the Saturday? Have you guys got any plans for summer solstice day, longest day of the year, midsummer? I mean, I certainly do. I'm going to be sitting right here. Right here. Barely move a muscle. In fact, my lighting's way off. That's better. Much better. Yeah, sit here and do basically nothing for the next 19 hours. It's going to be a long day, this. Welcome, Dylan. How are you? Glad you're doing great, Jacob. Quickly try and do a few messages as well. See if I can try and grab a few people on. The general screenshot aviation, that's all fine. Hope it's comfortable. It's going to be a long flight. Oh yeah, I'm doing alright on the Aeron chair, having the mill up. mean, I'll probably have a few moments kind of just stretching my legs here and there. But for the most part, it will be a sit-down flight. Welcome, Kevin. I'm doing alright. How are you? So, I'll quick look at City of London just in the distance now. Well, I can't promise the scenery is going to look this good throughout the entire flight, especially when we get towards some of the more centre regions where there's not much going on. We should still at least enjoy a fair bit of what's in front of us. Also, well, because we are flying towards Australia at the moment, we get to see a sunset and a sunrise on this flight today. 19 hours, that's really long. Oh yeah, it's a very long flight. I mean, it's 17 hours in the air, and then plus you have the pre-flight checks, and what's going to come up ahead of us as well. So the bottom of the screen you can see an expected arrival clock, currently set at 16 hours and 28 minutes. And also, as I say, if we hit a goal of £150, then I will also take off again and do a further 3-hour flight to Melbourne. So if you want to see me essentially die today, actually I'll say see me, it'll be at 3 in the morning for you guys, so perhaps I don't think any of you will be on at that time. But if you are, then if you want to see me die, then yeah, feel free to throw some money towards the Tiltify goal. Currently at 10 quid. I'm sure I can get some good interest in this, hopefully. Where else? In here, maybe. Cool, that should for the most part be that. Oh wait, not yet. One more. Actually that'll do. And then obviously my channel. We'll take that, copy that, delete that. They'll do an @everyone tag. So if you're on my Discord server, expect an @everyone in just about 10 seconds. We'll get rid of this. And then send. Narrows vehicles, Jacob. Whoops. Take care. Yeah, about the Braddon landing. We're flying a 787, so landing this thing shouldn't be too much of a challenge for us. So, in just a couple of moments, we'll now be leaving the UK. Seatbelt sign is off. Seatbelt sign is currently switched off, and will be for the next 16 hours or so. Confirm 2 seconds. Yeah, I can do that. What country am I from? I'm from the UK. I'm from England. I'm not doing too bad. We're flying over right now. We are currently flying over Essex. So, in terms of any local cities, you've got Margate, just over here. You're going to have Manston Airport, somewhere beneath the cloud cover as well. Manston being currently a storage airport for British Airways. Closed down a few years ago, actually. It's closed down, but it's still an active airport for storage. I believe that there is a massive campaign going on right now to try and reopen it soon, so perhaps we'll see Manston return to us again soon. We'll see what the future holds for it. Right now, yeah, we've got no ETAs at the moment, so we just have no information for so far ahead of us. Current winds 267, 10 knots, tailwinds at 9. Yeah, so far so good. See, can I try and spot Manston underneath the clouds? Don't think so. Thank you very much, Norwegian. Much appreciated. I'm sure that'll go towards the charity goal. Certainly. Let me also keep a notes down so I can store all of this later. Because if you do donate through, say, YouTube Super Chat or through Streamlabs, then the way donation works is a little bit different. But then what I can do afterwards, I'll just stick it up on PayPal later and then do a donation at the end. So if I store all the numbers, that'll then start pushing that number up as well. Look. But yes, fantastic amount Norwegian, much appreciated. And our first donation towards this goal today. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get that number updated. 50. Yeah, I'll leave my card on me just in case we'll do that as well. So, you can now see the French continents. We have left the UK. France will be our next country to conquer. There. Interesting. Save that. We'll then go to here and stick a donation of where are we flying right now? Yes, we've done that. Cruising altitude will be 41,000 today, flight level 410. Currently flying over the English Channel. We're at 33,000, up to 34,000. Current airspeed is 250 knots. Ground speed is 427 knots. Although we'll be cruising at Mach 0.8. So yeah, currently doing Mach 0.72. Comment was who was that? We just hit £200. Who was that? That flight sim guy. Oh, gee. That's... Wow, okay, I'm sorry, I'm tearing up, I'm lost for words. Well, all I can say is, buckle up lads, we're going to Melbourne. I'm sorry, I am shaking right now, I don't know how to respond to that. Sir, you are... I'm sorry, I am tearing up right now. That was both unexpected and yet the most amazing thing I think could have ever happened. The flight sim guy. Okay, hang on, I've never done this before, but I'm think right now. The flight sim guy, thank you very much for that donation. He just donated £190. We had initially a goal of 150 to fly to Melbourne, and he's just gone and smashed that within seconds. I did not expect to get anywhere near that amount, especially within the first... We've been airborne for 18 minutes, and all of a sudden, that... Thank you. You are a star. Right, well I've got to plan this second leg then. So, the goal was, so if we hit £150, we'll then continue on from Melbourne, sorry, from Perth to Melbourne. So it's an extra 2.5 hour flight from Perth, and that also is known as QF10. So we'll be doing that straight after, and the departure for that is at well, it's at 3 in the morning for me, so it's gonna be a very long night. But genuinely, for a cause like this, it's worth it. And for one guy to throw in like I say, I'm lost for words. It's a fantastic, fantastic thing you've just done there. Cruising altitude today will be at 41,000, flight level 410. Well, I know I'm going to have to write a personal email to him as well, just to thank him, because that was just amazing. I didn't expect it, but it's amazing what the flight sim community can do. I mean, we have our fractures. We have the X-Plane, the P3D fanboys that will always be at arms when it comes to this sort of stuff. But for a donation like this to kind of... Yeah, let's say, we have our we have our divisions, we have our fractures, but at times of need, I know the flight sim community has come out in form to really show off what it can do at its best. I mean, I remember last year, last year or the year before, with the 747 50th anniversary, where there's a lot of people who did a lot of flights around that as well. I know last week the Aviation Magazine people did a live stream as well, raising money for the NHS charities, and that raised a fair bit as well. I think that was like £600-700 as well. So obviously there are people who are willing to raise money for a great cause, and genuinely that was out of nowhere. And again, that aviation guy, thank you. And I'm sure that the Red Cross as well, once that gets everything processed, I'm sure they'll see great joy in that as well. It's going to help a lot of people. That is going to help a lot of people. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. Let me finish off Norwegian's donations. Well, it's not much, but it's a little bit. That was 50 knot, which is £4.20. Can we confirm that? Yeah, currently at 4.20, so we'll donate that as well. Do it by credit card. Ooh, whoops, what have I done? What am I doing? Why am I typing on my keyboard and I've got my phone out in front of me? See, I've already gone mad. My mind's just gone flop because... we're almost at cruise. Almost. So currently at 392. We're going to be cruising at 410. Short one. Yeah, we're only about... Well, yeah. We're 20 minutes into our 17-hour flights. And already we have smashed everything I thought we'd ever get today. That. So right, there you go. So the record at the top's now set to £204.20. So Norwegian, your donation is going to be counted in that now. I am lost for words. Cruising speed will be Mach 0.8 today. Mach 0.8. Time we'll be landing at Perth. We'll be landing at Perth at 1:45 in the morning UK time. 1:45 AM for the UK. For people in Australia, that'll be about 12:45 PM. So people in Australia will be able to watch the landing. In the UK, you're going to have to be around for a little bit longer to kind of spot that. I'm going to make sure I've not actually done anything wrong with the flight config. So again, I was typing up with the keyboard my card done for whatever reason. But what I just did is instead move the flaps around. So, let's see. Him. I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get that guy, and I'm gonna have to message him an email of thanks because, like I say, what he's just done there is phenomenal. All of a sudden, like, I'm flying along, and then my screen on the right hand side just pops blue. It's like a little bit of black, it just jumps straight to blue. It's crazy. Long day. Oh yeah, it's going to be a very long day. Seatbelt sign is currently switched off, so passengers can move around the cabin. What's more important flight sim, CPU or GPU? If you're using P3D, then CPU is very important, GPU not so. If you're using X-Plane, then both is rather important, and presumably for Microsoft Flight Simulator especially, then both be quite important for that. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm not going to be talking much at the moment, because like I say, right now my mind is just shot at what just happened. I have no idea what to expect. Certainly wasn't that. Also, oh boy, X-Plane has done something. Give it 2 seconds, hopefully it'll kick back up again. Probably trying to load a bit of scenery ahead of us, but can't quite do it. There you go, it's much better. Yeah, so... Stream censored that, did it? Oh yeah, presumably it did. Huh. Interesting choice of word to censor that, okay. So, we have just reached our cruising altitude now. We're at 41,000. No, you're talking much. You're best YouTube when you talk like that. Thank you. Much appreciated. Like I said, I do these videos and I do these streams or whatever because people enjoy them. And so long people enjoy them, then there's no reason to kind of stop doing it, really. At the end of the day, you guys are in charge of what you see on my channel. I'll do what you enjoy. I'll do what you guys want. And so long that piques interest, then absolutely, I'll continue to do more. So, we'll let the flight progress a little bit. I'm sure once we get towards more rural areas with less scenery going on, therefore the frame rate will hopefully kick up a little bit as well. Then we'll start programming the next flight. Got an airport down below us, I don't quite recognise it from high altitudes. And of course the ghostly whine of the General Electric NX engines, GNXs. With the Magknight actually, it does now also come with Rolls-Royce variant, so this is the beta for an upcoming version of Magknight, so they've been kind enough to lend for me for the stream. Maybe we'll shut off when we land as well, but we have got Rolls-Royce engine types as well, which will be coming in soon. Also looks like there's a slight change for this on livery, it's got Legacy and 1.5 edition as well, but some exciting stuff coming on the way for Magknight. And also, if you've seen the Cockpit previews as well, then yeah, some very exciting stuff on the way. So FSLE a couple of weeks ago did some previews of the new upcoming Cockpit for the Magknight 7.8, and it genuinely looks fantastic. So I am very excited for what's on the way. Can we do another stream another day of 350? Absolutely. I think when the 350 V2 comes out, sorry, the TOTUS upgrade for the 350, which is the brand new FMS. Once that comes out, I'll definitely be doing a few streams in the 350. I mean, I've got a Finnair currently over in Beijing, I think it is. That needs to eventually go back to Helsinki at some point. Sorry, Shanghai. Have you seen Helsinki, Shanghai Pudong flights? Yeah, so I've got a 350 currently at Shanghai. I'm sure at some point Finnair will like that back in Helsinki, so I'll do a return flight of that. I have also done another 350 flight, although one that sparks a bit of controversy. So I did the A350-1000 flight, British Airways, the delivery flight for that. I should still have the files for it somewhere, but we'll see. People are not so keen that because it's a kind of exclusive thing, aka it's a edited model that I can't publish. Yeah, unfortunately I can't share it, so people were not so happy that I did it. Go to Qatar for 350. Sure, I mean, if you're on the Discord server, throw a flight suggestion my way, and at some point I could easily try and cater for it. I mean, with lockdown at the moment, it's not going to be doing too much for the next couple of weeks. But that being said, starting tomorrow, the Volunteer Railway will be starting up again. No, it's Cherry. How you doing? Don't worry. No one's late for this flight. We have 19 hours to kill, so anyone that tunes in at any point, What was it? Was it that when you buy membership, you could also wish to make a route? Yes. So as well, if you want to buy channel membership, whatever, then you could. Then yeah, I can then do a few request flights as well. So I kind of just prioritise it. But overall, I say I'll do what people are interested in. Server is he in? Yeah, it's gonna be one of these. No worries, Kevin. Take care. Talk to you later. Thank you for hosting, Cherry Aid. Much appreciated. Like I say, anyone who shares the stream, shares the donation link around, can kind of get the stream out there a little bit. Any way to help supporting donations, everything goes to British Red Cross. The Tiltify platform sorts it out, so none of it gets to me. It all goes to Red Cross, and with it, they'll be supporting communities and people, especially through the current COVID situation, like helping people get to the shops and bringing them food and supplies and whatnot. It's a great cause. It's a great cause for a great organisation. So, doing a kind of charity raise for them, certainly it's good. And already, with the Aviation Guys donation, it's going to help a lot of people. It's going to help genuinely a lot of people, that's... I mean, with a lot of charities, there are some ups and downs to them, but the whole foundation of the Red Cross, which also now operates alongside the Red Crescent as well, yeah, another reason why I like the organisation, because they're non-discriminatory. So, in the case like you're in a war zone, you've got injured people, regardless of ethnicity, of religion, of race, or anything, the Red Cross are there to support anyone and everyone. So they run hospitals as well around the world, which share beds and everything with a whole range of people. It's a fantastic cause, the Red Cross. And this year, celebrating 150 years since their foundation as well, so certainly it's a great cause. Welcome, my star. How you doing? Is it better than P3 yet? I mean, I quite like it, so at least I'm doing a full 19-hour flight in it right now, so I better like it, because otherwise it's going to be a painful one. There's no flights I'd say is particularly bad at the moment. X-Plane's good, P3D's alright. What's the other one as well? Aerofly, FS2. I don't own Aerofly, but while it has very limited scenery, the scenery it does has is fantastic. It's all hand-built and very nicely generated, so I'm sure once that goes up as well. Thank you, Balkash, for following, much appreciated. Yeah, I'm sure once the world around Aerofly starts to expand a bit, we'll get to see more of that as well. Right, so we are now. Well, actually, we're over Central Europe at the moment. Let's have a look around our waypoints. Surrounding, yes, currently over Central Europe. Thank you for hosting Balcash, much appreciated. Donate to the Red Cross to help. Oh, so you've actually had experience with the Red Cross in this, have you? I'm glad to hear it. Well, I'm glad to hear that the Red Cross helps you, but not so much for your friends suffering, of course. But like I say, the cause of the Red Cross is a fantastic one, and one that I have genuinely enjoyed supporting in the past. I mean, I should be fast for any kind of charity. I mean, I've got the London Air Ambulance pin as well. I donate £5 a month for that as well. The air ambulances shouldn't be a charity. It should be a standardised hospital service, but I guess it is better to have it as a charity and actually operating than to have it be underfunded and currently suffering. But yeah, the air ambulance is another one that I support quite a lot. So help to save your friend's life against Corona. Donated to the BRCLA this year. It's a great cause. It's a great cause. And especially as well, once this is all over and they can start helping communities around the world, then I'm sure that they'll be able to support a lot with that as well. Police car. Hang on. Time now. So currently we've been airborne for 39 minutes 27 seconds. Time is now 9:44 in the morning in the UK. It'll be 10:44 over Europe at the moment. But yeah, been airborne for 40 minutes. One thing that I am tested positive is coronavirus and your biggest fan. Well, if you've tested positive for it, then fingers crossed. Hope you'll recover from it quickly. Thought that was in the game. Thought what was in the game? Sorry, I think I may have missed something there. So we reset that to 100. Yeah, I'm sure once we get close to our destination, they'll start giving some ETA times. But as it stands, we'll be in the air for at least another 15 hours and 55 minutes. The siren. Oh, right. No, that's just ambulance or... Sorry, that was a police car behind me. I've got an open window at the moment because this room will get very warm by the end of the stream. This computer running for so long. It's not a bad system, but over a long distance it will start to suffer. So, currently over central Germany at the moment. Are we over Germany? Yeah, we are over Germany. You are about to be recovered. Sounds good. And hopefully that you've had it once already. Bit of immunity keeps you from getting it a second time. At least that's the hope at the moment with herd immunity. And that aviation guy has done a... Like I said, I did not expect to see that coming in so soon as well. That is just... It's crazy. It really is. Right, quick check. So currently at Magknight 837, 41,000 feet. Engine's still burning a fair bit, but I'm sure as the cruise goes on, that will start to calm down. We have hit a bit of a turbulence area. The aircraft is starting to bump around a bit. I don't think yet there's need for seatbelts just yet. It's only a light bit of turbulence this, but if things start getting a bit more severe, we will turn that sign back on again. There was something else to do as well. Project Fly Radar. I want to see, is it possible to share flight information through that? Not you. That one. No, it's not really possible. Actually, copy flight. How's that gonna look? Nope, okay. We put a quick update out on social as well. And also, let's see if I can try and set an extended goal, because we have hit the 150, sorry, 200. Yeah, we hit the 150, which was the initial goal. 200 I set as like the ultimate goal, as like a cap, see if we can get it. We've completely shot that already, thanks to that aviation guy. And so I want to know now is, can we maybe set a further goal of maybe around 500 even? If we can raise 500 for the Red Cross, then I will certainly be loving life. How can you set? So we've got incentive milestones. Is it milestones? No, incentives. We've already kind of... There you go, targets. No, we've already done that. Like I say, sorry, my mind is just completely pancaked. That flight sim guy. I need to figure out... Where's his Discord? Or at least, yeah, where is he? YouTube. Do we check Unicom? It's just that, it's fine. Yeah, because I am running an internet browser alongside this at the moment. It's going to be a little bit of a frame rate thing, but hopefully it won't be too much of a problem. I mean, I've got to start planning the second flight as well, don't forget, so that will take a couple of minutes. Yeah, I need to try and track him down. I like 787 and Dreamliner, please donate. I do like the Dreamliner. I've not yet flown it, but as soon as an opportunity comes around and the 787 is an aircraft that I can fly, so potentially New York. Actually, if I want to do New York, I want to fly the 747. Because the aircraft is so soon to be retired, yeah, the 747 is certainly the aircraft that I want to fly at some point. Let's, hang on. Add milestone. Initial goal. That was 200. Let's then go to dashboards. So what I'm going to do now is actually increase the goal from £200, try and raise £500 for the cause. So if you look at the Tiltify page now, there will be a blue dot around where the original goal of 200 was. But come on, let's try and get this to the next level. If we can do this, then... Well, I know we can do this, because we've already done it. I'm just like... my mind. You have to put your device on charge. No, Rotariade, I'll talk to you later. What's time for the flight? Flight time will be 16 hours and 40 minutes of airtime. We've been flying for 48 minutes, and at the bottom of the screen, which is about here, you can see the expected arrival as well. So expected arrival is 15 hours and 47 minutes. So we've got a long way to go for our destination we arrive, but hopefully not going to have any problem. We'll turn the seatbelts on actually now because the turbulence is starting to get a little bit more severe. So we'll turn that on now. Oh yeah, got a long way ahead of us. So we've got most of the flights to go. At the top of the screen, you can see a little red bar. That's the progress bar. The bigger the red line is, the further along the flight we are. But at the moment, it's still barely covering any of the screen. I mean, we'll hit our midway point at 5 PM today, UK time. 5 PM is still another... Well, it's coming up to 10 now, so... Yeah, still got another 7 hours until we reach our halfway point. Now, when I started out, because, well, I first started to do this charity stream back at the start of June. So basically, it was an advert on Facebook where Tiltify were teaming up with the Red Cross to run the Operation COVID-19 charity flights or charity streams. Essentially, the challenge is stream for 19 hours. Oops. Ooh, hopefully. Give me 2 seconds. Yes. And then reconnect as that. Already in use, okay. Essentially, the call sign QF10 has already been taken by someone, so I'm waiting for it to free up. Now I'm going to try and snipe it for the majority of this flight. Obviously, he's still in the final stages of landing. Hopefully, we'll get him relatively soon. But yeah, when I started this plan out back in early June, I was like, okay. I mean, I do this once a year, the long-haul flights from London to Australia. Why not tag charity aspects alongside it? I've always wanted to do a charity stream. The whole inspiration of that comes from some of Matt Peddleston's stuff on Train Sim. I mean, the amount of money he can raise a year for multiple charities, it is fantastic. And so I thought, why not give it a go, see what we can do, and see if we can try and do something similar. So planned all that out. I'd set an initial goal of 150 to see what would happen. Didn't expect to get it. And then all of a sudden, just poof, we've managed it. It's just amazing. Again, thank you very much, that flight sim guy. You have done a lot. That will do a lot. Where are you, QF10? Currently, we are over... We're going still over Central, coming towards Eastern Europe. On the right of the screen, there is a map. And so, hopefully, you guys will be able to kind of follow along with that. But we're currently here. Zoom in. Currently over southern Germany. I'm going to try to put the map into a position again. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know, is it possible to try maybe just hide the AI aircraft and just show mine on its own? I don't think so. It's not too much of a problem though. So let me just the crop actually, because it's kind of zoomed in, a bit more detail. Yeah, that's going to be the best we can do. Then go to the Project Fly map, properties, so not properties, not filters. There we go. It's a bit squashed, but ultimately it does show the world. You're doing a 4 hour or 10 hours? We're doing a 17 hours today. 17 hours. We then land at Perth and we take off again and then fly to Melbourne. So in total, I'll have done maybe 25 hours of flying today, streaming. 17 hours, yeah. I mean, this is a real flight, Qantas Flight 10. This is a twice-weekly flight between London and Perth. We departed from London. We're currently now over Germany. Welcome Simulation Gamer. I am doing fantastic today. I am doing really, really well. This has been this has been so amazing. Hang on, I need to check something. Have we... Not yet. Where did I put it on this one? That's where I put it, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm just checking my quick day-to-day tasks, because normally I wouldn't be up at 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday. And so normally in the morning I'll be checking my emails, reply to any YouTube comments, kind of just normal morning stuff. But this morning it was just wake up, launch up Flight Sim, and get going. Really sorry you can't donate. If you could, you would. No worries, Simulation Gamer. Don't you worry. I mean, there are other ways you can help. You can share the stream, try and raise supports. There are a lot of ways you can support. And even if you don't donate through my stream, just even helping the Red Cross in general, there's a lot that people can do. I mean, already we've hit a fantastic amount, £204. And I'm sure, as the flight goes on as well, I hope to see a few more donations come in as well for the Red Cross. But if you can't donate, then there's no massive stigma against it. What's the plane's weight? Currently, the aeroplane weighs 229 tons. $229. Currently cruising at 839. Fuel burn is definitely a bit calmer than it was earlier, so we're down to around 90% of throttle. Although that is going to jump around as the turbulence carries on. So the seatbelt sign, as I say, is currently turned on, although it is starting to lighten down turbulence overall. So in a couple of moments, I can anticipate turning that back off again. Do you go on transport and Roblox? Not particularly, if I'm totally honest. The Roblox is a game that I've not really played in a little while. I mean, yeah, when it comes to Roblox, I mean, I've got good memories of it. I played the game for many years. I went to BloxCon London back in 2013. I've got good memories of the game, but no longer really play it. Had a few issues with my account. Roblox support didn't help. And to be fair, if you look at it these days, like the new Arthro character models and all that, I don't know, Roblox is not what it used to be, so I've got fond memories, but I think memories is what they'll stay. Yes, these are General Electric engines, flying GNXs today. We have got a Rolls-Royce option as well on the EFB, which is a new feature coming for Magknight, but that's doesn't get used by QANTAS. Ooh, got a control tower, do we? Let's have a look. 129.1. Hopefully this will work. Had a few issues with my what's it called, TeamSpeak this morning. Let's hope this will launch. 129.1. Oops. And then switch. Hopefully we'll get the pop-up. Yes, that works perfect. Also, just in case, can I now fly QF10? Call sign's already in use. Okay. Wait if that connects again, and then we'll contact request. Possible to call QF. So make sure that we're on frequency. What was it? 1291. Switch. Just wait for him to get back, and then we'll do initial. If you're conducive, star. Good morning, Centre. This is QANTAS 10. At 410, heading to waypoints Lamsey. That was a horrible introduction, but hey.
QANTAS 10, München Radar, good morning, Squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000 for QANTAS 10. So if we head over to the XPDR page, Squawk 1000, and that should then allow for radio copy. So we are going to have factor control up.
Identified, flight level 410.
We're now identified, and so we are going to have some radio following for the next little bit until we leave the airspace. Yeah, so unfortunately, like I say, the call sign QF10 was taken, so on IVAO I am technically QF11 until he disconnects, but hopefully as soon as he disconnects the flight, I can just go and snipe the QF10 flight number. Sorry, not flight number, call sign. Do I play GTA? Sometimes. I don't play it too often, but from time to time I will load it up and play it a little bit. OMG, good luck. Welcome, how you doing? It's not too bad, I'll say it's 19 hours in total. But it's a flight I've done last year, and already we've raised a fantastic amounts. More than I ever expected. There is a... As I said, I did expect some cloud cover over continental Europe, and this will continue on until we get towards Greece. Then we should start seeing the skies clear up a little bit, and then hovering over the Middle East, it should just be clear skies and deserts down below. But that, we've still got a couple of hours left until we get there. I mean, mind you, we've been airborne for 1 hour and 10 minutes. We are 1/17th of the way there. I might be all happy and joyful now, but by the end of this flight, I'm going to be knackered. And then I'm going to turn around and go to Melbourne anyway, so that's another 3 hours on top of this. I'm doing an all-nighter tonight, so that's for sure. Tomorrow I've got some manual labour ahead of me, so hopefully I can do that without any problem. You made it from Israel to Sydney, it's 14:37, but your flight's 19. 14:37 is a long flight, but yes, this one being 19 is going to be a heck of a trip. But one that is very much worth it. Ooh, there's a server I've missed out actually, and that is the Magknight. I've never thanked them properly for this. And that's recontrol. I need... I'm going to stay awake the whole time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Welcome to Scandinavian, how you doing? Yeah, the plan is to stay awake the whole time, to sit here the whole time. Now, there will be moments where I will need to like stand up and stretch my legs, but for the most part, I'm going to be right here, and I'm going to be talking all the way through. At the moment, I'm comprehensible. Towards the end of it, it'll just be a droning sounds that I'm trying to make. But like I say, at the end of the day, any money that gets raised towards Red Cross, I'm sure this will be an event that's worth it. I mean, already we've hit a fantastic starting goal, and I hope that we get even more. Crew meals, hopefully. What is today? It's Saturday. I mean, I know tomorrow I'm getting a Sunday roast, being Father's Day in the UK. Today, I'm not too sure what I'm going to have. I haven't had breakfast yet, to be fair. Might head down and grab some toast or something later. But for now, we soldier on. Where is the Magknight Discord server? It's got that logo which I can never quite remember, doesn't it? No. XP11, no. It's flight data. What is the Magknight Discord server logo? That's Riga control. That's directory. That's Magknights. Better get that order with the lead purser. I shouldn't pilot. yes and no. So I am going to try and do an NPPL Type M. So it's a Magknight license in the UK. It's a hobby license. But I don't think I'm going to go commercial. I don't think my future lies with commercial aviation. These live streams and all that, and Flight Sim can take care for it. And I'd absolutely love to fly general aviation as like a hobby in the future. But as a job, financially I don't have the backing, and I just don't think it's where my future lies. But we'll see. Life can be crazy sometimes. You never know quite where you're going to be. Got one more message I need to pop out, and then I'll be back onto you guys full time.
Alpine 129 aus Bitch Unicom 122 Destinate. Have a nice landing. Bye bye.
Swiss Unicom, vielen Dank, bye bye.
What add-ons are using for weather? So this is default weather with a freeware Lua script called Environments Plus. It's freeware weather.
München Radar, hallo, der Lufthansa 1832 passing 4,000 feet for flight level 70.
But it does the job.
Lufthansa 1832 München Radar.
Maybe a little bit frame rate heavy at times, but
direct umtext.
never had an issue with it.
I'm flight level 240 in direct Lutix Lufthansa 1832.
Lufthansa 1832 confirm umtext.
Umtext for Lufthansa 1832, sorry.
Perfect. Qantas 10, switch Unicom 122 Destinate. Wish you a pleasant flight. Bye bye.
1228 for Qantas 10, thank you very much. So we've been sent back to Unicom now, as station looks like they'll be closing in just a couple of minutes. So we'll do a switch of route, and we're back on the back on our own in the skies. But hopefully we'll get a few more controllers throughout the duration of flights. I mean, 19 hours to go. Surely, just surely one person will have some ATC contact. Also, turn off seatbelt sign now since turbulence has died down, before I forget. So far, passengers are 95% satisfied, according to the bar at the lower left. I do like packs, and that whole menu bit at the bottom, the new HUD, it's a really, really nice little extra. Yeah, 15 hours and 40 minutes to fly. Oh yes, actually it's 15:18 expected, but again, weather, conditions and all that, it can get delayed. We don't want delays, but it is all entirely possible. Right, also I wanted to do one more, which is here. Right, so that's all the messages I now need to send sorted. Let's check out my emails quickly. Any ortho. We're using ortho on Perth, we're using ortho on Melbourne, and we had Orbex England South for Heathrow. Right now it's just default scenery because we don't really need to look at anything too fancy or have my system get knackered within the first few minutes of this flight. But it's nice to see a few airports down below as well. I'm not quite sure what airports these are, but certainly a few of them in the local area. Currently watching on Project Fly, sounds good. Could be a very long one to track that. Ooh, actually I wanted that as well, so we'll do that, and then back one, and then we'll set that to 107. Let's have a look. We got the receipt from the Red Cross for that donation. Got a few live stream starty things as well. Yeah, so far so good. Right, another my bets. Let's get back to flying in full. Next waypoint is PSAT. We'll be arriving at 117 miles. So far the outside's looking pretty cool at the moment. Not too much going on. Unicom, possibly see some traffic en route as well, but at 41,000 feet, don't expect to see it just yet. Yeah, as I say, the fuel flow will start to kind of die down a little bit as we become lighter. The more fuel we burn, essentially the more fuel we burn, the further we can fly without a so much engine run. In real life, this will be a four-man crew. Oh yeah, QF10 being long distance will hit the hour limits of pilots, and therefore you need an extra backup crew as well. I don't have the luxury of a backup crew, so I am doing the entire thing on my own. And then we land, and then we take off again for a second bit of flight. But as I say, £204 so far raised. It is definitely worth it for such an amazing cause. As I say, anyone you want to throw at charity, feel free to find a link below. Go through the Tiltify link. Give you credit for dedication. Absolutely. Currently raining on the ground actually, but a cloud cover, you can barely see the aircraft bar a contrail. What made you want to do this? Well, I mean, as I say, I've always wanted to do a charity stream on this channel, but never really kind of had the thing behind it to do one. So, every year, I do the flights QF10 or QF9, depending on which I'm doing, from either Perth to London or London to Perth. And that's always on the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. This year, being very different with the whole COVID-19 situation, I thought we'd make this a charity stream, we try and raise some money alongside the flights and see what we can do from there. So ultimately I chose the Red Cross, being a fantastic organisation with what they do. And yeah, I just thought, I've got 19 hours of streaming, I've got nothing else to do at the moment. I'd just sit here and free chat every few minutes. The least I could do, try and do a bit of good with this flight as well. So at the moment, we've raised £204.20. Our initial goal was 200. We've now jumped that goal to 500. See if we can try and get a bit more of an extended thing for that. But so far, so good. We are 1 hour and 24 minutes into this flight. We have another... well, we've got another at least 15 hours and 40 minutes of flights left. Towards the mid-afternoon, I'll start planning the flight to Melbourne, so if anyone wants to watch how you plan a flight and all that in Flight Sim, then I'll be doing all of that as well. At around 5 PM UK time today, I will need to end the stream for like 5 minutes, as essentially YouTube has a time limit of 12 hours. So if you stream for more than 12 hours, then the stream gets cut off, and therefore, while it will record the VODs, it doesn't record it in full. So I need to kind of split this into 3 parts. Part 1, London to Perth, Part 2, London to Perth, and then Part 3, Perth to Melbourne. So we'll talk about more of that later on when it comes to that time. But as I say, so far so good. We've raised an amazing amount so far. And hopefully we can try and get even more as the flight progresses on. And that flight sim guy again, he's just... thank you for what you've done. I never expected to hit it, especially so soon. And what you've just done is a service to everyone, it really is. And that flight sim guy, yeah, let's say I'm going to grab his email or something later. I'm going to write him a personal message of thanks for an amazing amount. Because I can understand that at the moment, with everything going on, not everyone's going to have so much disposable income to throw at something like this. And then all of a sudden, got it all. It's like, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's going to be nice and peaceful interior. Passenger count is 178 today, so due to weight limitations of the flight, yeah, you can only have a maximum of 178 people on board and a very limited cargo as well. So we have taken all that into account with the pre-flight calculations, and something that we'll continue with during duration of the flights. Once we land in Perth, we can extend the passenger numbers a little bit more, because there will be passengers who deboard at Perth. We'll also have passengers who board as well, and just want to provide a short portion to reach the capital of Australia. Oops, wrong way. What's that? Ah, it's just the the compass there. I thought it was like a little glitch or something, but no, it's just the compass appearing at the top. So we're an hour and a half into it now. 15 hours and 8 minutes to go. It's a beautiful aircraft, the 787. well, currently we are flying over the rather beautiful scenery of, I believe this is Hungary. I know Hungary is a fairly hilly, mountainous country, so that's what it looks like below. Are you going to change the flight phase to climb? Is it? Oh. Ooh, how did that... Pack's usually pretty good at determining that, because I have told it we're cruising at 41. Let's have a look, 2 seconds. Oops, no, that. Yeah, apparently it still thinks we're on climb outs, which is rather odd. Well, let's do a meal service, shall we then? Hopefully it will realise soon that we're at cruise. Flight attendant request. We'll do a snack service. Snacks and drinks. It's very odd. Pack's usually pretty good, as I say, at determining when we do reach cruising altitude. Right. How are things looking? Cruise-wise, we're still in the air. frame rate wise, things are picking up now. Yeah, as we leave all the busy scenery of Europe, I mean, I can imagine there's a bit of a hit around the UK, especially with England South, all that scenery. We've left all that now. We're now leaving all of Europe as well, with all the scenery I've got over here. And even just as the world goes by, it's a lot quieter, a lot less going on around Southeast Europe and down by the Middle East and all that as well. So definitely a little less strain going on the system there. Unlike last time I did this, I have also now got the scenery installed along the way as well. So I remember when we did the stream last year, I had no scenery for like the Middle East, I had no scenery for India, no scenery for like Indonesia and all that. So there's a lot of lands that we missed. I was just portrayed as sea. Fortunately this year we have got everything properly loaded, so yeah, we'll see how that continues on. Morning Sketchy Saturn, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. We are currently 1 hour and 40 minutes since departure. Currently 1/16 of the way to Perth. Got a long way to go today. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good today. Already we've raised a fantastic amount, and hopefully that will be a number that grows as the flight goes on. Next time you should do train sim, do the Caledonian Sleeper between Preston and Carlisle. It's worth a shout. It's a fair distance as well, that. And Caledonian Sleeper being quite a low speed route, does take a fair time. Yeah, we could do that at some point. Just need to check if I own the routes and the correct assets and all that. If not, then I'll pick it up during next Dovetail sale, probably. I think you had the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 90 pack. I'll take a look at it. I'm sure the Armstrong Powerhouse's stuff aren't too expensive. I own a couple of their stuff, but not all of it. Just get the coaches. I'm sure Dovetail Games have their own Caledonian Sleeper as well, don't they? Part of the odd Kuju stuff. There you go. Estimated time of arrival 1:02 Zulu. That's 2 minutes past, actually now 3 minutes past 2 in the morning UK time. Now it will be the end of it, so we've got to start prepping the second flight now. We'll do that in a couple of minutes. Just got a little while left to go. Yes, as I say, any donations, any money towards the Red Cross, do throw it the stream's way. Let's try and get that second donation goal of £500. IRO's 10:47. Yes, in the UK it is now 10:47. Currently over to Eastern Europe, it's now going to be 12:47. There's control over there. Obviously some aircraft has been here relatively recently. Current cruise at 410. We'll be up here for a fair while. Let's have a look. Has the QF10 imposter now disconnected? I say imposter, he is just another QF10, I'm not going to call him out or anything. You not search on the mobile format. It's a bit high, isn't it? Okay, we'll just do it. And desktop them. So let's check this fly. Yeah, it still says climb. It should be alright. What do I want to check? Let's say project flight. QF10 IBAO, please. There is one. Though he's about to land actually. Well, it has just landed. Okay, so if he disconnects in a couple of moments, hopefully then I'll be able to use that call sign as well. So far we are over Hungary, like I say. Budapest just to our left. So far we covered a fair bit of Europe at the moment. Yeah, just again shows you how much longer this flight really is. ETA 15 hours and 14 minutes. Would you like more? The class 390, 221 or APT? It's class 390 for me. I've always liked the Fiat's Pendolino trains. Yeah, 390 for me. Better try out those three. Sorry, can't donate. Be sure to donate next time. No worries, man. There's no stigma against not donating. Like I say, if anyone has any spare money on them or anything, throw it Red Cross's way, but ultimately it comes down to what people can and can't do at the moment. I mean, as I say, I can imagine that, especially with all the lockdown and furlough and all that going on, not everyone's going to have the finances behind them at the moment to make a donation. Air travel or train travel? Definitely air travel for me. With air travel you can go a lot further, a lot quicker. And usually a lot cheaper as well. You know, Ryanair return flights cost you £20. A Manchester return ticket will cost you about £120. So yeah, it's a lot cheaper to take the flights. I can go to Manchester or I can go to Mallorca. There's one that I think most people would choose over the other. Yeah, so you can spot our contrail from the ground. There's going to be an airport of some sort. Spot our contrail. If you zoom in, you kind of see the aircraft behind the cloud, but not particularly well. You really should fly bigger aircraft next time you want. What do you mean I should fly bigger aircraft next time? I mean, QF10 in real life is operated in the 787-9. So the aim of today's flight is to recreate what now was longest flight in the world. There is longer flights now from, I think it's San Francisco to like Hong Kong or something like that, in 350-1000. But as the channel yearly thing goes, it's QF9, QF10, both alternating. Welcome Creative Aviation, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. So far so good on our 16-hour, 17-hour charity flight. We're an hour and 50 minutes in. So yeah, so far so good. Only, what? 14 hours to go? 14:45. There you go, this is the bottom there. 14:45. It's going to be a long day this. But I'm ready. Sounds so nice, subscribe. Sounds good, man. Glad to hear it. I've got a couple of quid to throw charities away. Feel free to. So far on £204.20. With our initial goal of 200, now push up to 500. See if we can try and get next level in our campaign run for Red Cross. Funny did exactly that when you first done one of these live streams. As I always say, if you guys enjoy the content, I'll definitely continue to make more of it. I'm certainly not the biggest channel on YouTube, but it is something. I mean, I could do this 19-hour flight on my own, with no real aim towards it, or I can live stream it and hope that someone else enjoys it too. I mean, I know there are a lot of people who have done the QF9 and 10 flights a few times, but I don't know, I just like having that goal in mind. You're not PewDiePie. Of course not. Of course not. Maybe one day. Well, he's only 102,000, yeah, 102 million subscribers ahead of me. I'm sure it's a fight worth having. Just try and get the crown. Nah, we're a long way off for that. It's coming to 11 o'clock in the UK now. We started the stream at 8:30. Who is he disconnected? Cool. So what I'm going to do now quickly is disconnect from IVAO. Switch over to 10 and reconnect. Right, so we are now officially on IVAO QF QANTAS 10. So we are now on the correct call sign. So, no longer we have to hide ourselves as 11, we can now fly the real thing. We don't know why all YouTubers starts their first video, they sound really depressed. Really? I really don't know why all YouTubers starts their first video and they sound really depressed. I'm not too sure about that. I mean, to be fair, there aren't many channels I have watched the very first video of, but yeah, it's not something I've personally heard of. So, aircraft stable, cruising at 410, currently at Mach 0.839, ground speed is 479 knots, and we are just below 41,000. Let me just try and do something, 2 seconds. Let me increase stats to 42,000. I want to check something. Because at the moment, PAX says that we are at the climb phase of flight. We shouldn't be. We should be at cruise. So perhaps if I can jump up a tiny bit. hopefully that flight phase will update. If not, then oh, we'll see. Do you support? Do I support what? Sorry, Saturn. So while we're here, let's have a look at our passenger numbers, shall we? Few passengers are thirsty, few passengers are hungry. Problem is, because the flight hasn't detected that we're at cruise yet, meal services and all that won't be passing through the cabin. Alright, so if we go back down again, so we'll go minus 500 feet per minute. Perhaps we want a little bit of descent to kind of trigger it. Do I support Black Lives Matter? Yes. So at the moment in the US and around the world, there's a lot going on with the whole movement for supporting the civil rights of people. And yeah, there's a lot going on at the moment, but police in America definitely are in need of reform. There's a lot that's going on right now which shouldn't be happening, especially in the modern day and age, so yeah, there's a lot that needs to change. It's already done much, has it? Still says we're on climb phase. We'll switch back to VNav again. I guess there's no real option other than just to leave it, really. Welcome Snowy Cat, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats, how are you? Welcome Mo, how you doing? Welcome to the flights. So far we are just about to tick over 2 hours since we departed from Heathrow, which means we have good yeah, it's only about 15 hours left to go of this flight so far. 14 hours 37 minutes. You're actually from Australia. What's your favourite airline? Sounds good. I would like to fly with Qantas one day. They're not the cheapest airline by any means, but their service, from what I've seen and heard, is first class. So perhaps one day I'll fly this flight QF9 and 10. You never know where the future will bring. You good, bro? Absolutely. So far, I have been blown away with the amounts that's been raised so far. It is genuinely better than I ever thought I'd ever get anywhere near. My mind's just been messed since then. Because initially the goal was £150. If we hit 150, we then continue to stream. So we land at Perth, we hit 150, we then continue to Melbourne afterwards. So that's an extra 3.5-hour flight on top of that. So we're doing that at like 3 in the morning. Yay! But for a cause like the Red Cross, then absolutely it's worth it. Qantas very good even in economy. Absolutely. It's a great airline from what I've heard and seen, and I'd absolutely love to experience their flights one day. And the Magknight seems to be handling us rather fine at the moment. So this is the well, it's not out yet, this is the exact version, but if I go back to the main menu, yeah, this is the coming up version 1.5 that will be out soon. So it has the new engine types, so Rolls-Royce engines, which we won't switch to mid-flight because yeah, we don't want to cause any mishaps with the fuel burn. But yeah, we have got the engine types you can change. We have got a few other features as well that is coming in new. Tiller axis as well, so I can finally use the nose wheel, which is always good. And yeah, definitely a bit more of the optimization. But I'm sure everyone is definitely excited for the cockpit upgrade as well. The screenshots that Flight Factor had previewed a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, passenger satisfaction, I'm not quite sure how that's going to hold up. As far as passengers are concerned, it's in climb phrases. I'm actually going to check something 2 seconds. I'm hoping I haven't like accidentally said the flight was going to 410,000 feet. Just need to double check what was the pack set up like at the start. We did that quite early on. It was just after we started fueling. It was 24 minutes, wasn't it, before departure? Yeah, that's an issue on my part. I've set the cruising altitude to 410,000 feet. So now, as far as they're concerned, we're only about 10% of the way into climb. I wonder if I can hopefully not break the flight, but just mess around the config. Try and change that. That's an issue on my part. It's my fault entirely. Pax. Where is Pax installed to? It's the installer. You're disappointed flying Qantas. Nothing like Emirates, but best is Qatar, in your opinion. That's interesting, because from what I've heard, Qantas are rather good at service. But then again, compared to Emirates and Qatar, I can't imagine that those two being the Middle East oil money rich airlines that can do anything and everything. No, Qatar and Emirates I can imagine is a whole different experience, a world away from anything anyone's ever experienced. And those are airlines I definitely want to try out at some points as well. What am I looking for? TFDI, program files, there. Packs. Credits license. Update tool. Where is it? Somewhere. Have a look. Just trying to find something quickly. It will have come from, where is he? Turbofan dude. Singapore was also good, and Brunei. Not as good as Qatar and Emirates. I've not heard much about Brunei, if I'm totally honest. It's an airline that I know exists, but I don't know too much about kind of like the services it offers. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I've not heard much about Brunei, but if you say they're good, I mean, what routes do they operate as well? Where do they actually go to from London? App data, local packs. There we go. IO, flight reports, or manifest. If I edit the manifest, change the cruise, get rid of the zeros, and save that. Hopefully it'll update. If not, then oh well. Note to self, next time check the amount of zeros that you put down. You can fly Heathrow to Dubai. I also do Brunei fly to Dubai. If I ever go to Dubai, it'll probably be a stopover in somewhere like Istanbul, and then flying on Fly Dubai the rest of the way. Actually, I say that, the Emirates flights from Gatwick actually isn't too expensive, from what I can gather. If I was to fly to Dubai one day, I'd probably be doing the fly from Gatwick. Quantum be disappointing at times, most likely plan has been good. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can update this soon to let them know that we are at cruising altitude right now. I slightly messed up the manifest there on my part, so we'll see how that changes. You fly from Birmingham to Dubai, it's only 25 minutes away from where you live. Yeah, because you live fairly central, so I'm sure it doesn't take you too long to get, say, Stansted or Luton if you ever need to fly out of there for whatever reason. China Airlines was very good, also in premium economy compared to business on other airlines. Oh, really? Actually, yeah, because when it comes to service, the Chinese airlines do offer quite a fair bit. It's one of those nations and airlines where they will try and, I wouldn't say like maybe overcompensate. I mean, it's nice they provide a great service, but it's one of those like maybe they provide too much service. I mean, I'm used to flying Ryanair, so I'm just used to the bog standard. You pay for a seat, you're on an airplane, you're gone. Welcome, Raman. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to this chat. Just a reminder, charity flight today, so any spare monies you've got, feel free to throw it to the Red Cross today. £204 raised within like the first 20 minutes of the flight. That was a phenomenal jump. Was not expecting that at all. And so with another 14.5 hours left to go, hopefully we can reach our second goal of 500. But yeah, how you doing, Raymond? Hey Drawyah, just saw you on Discord, so drops in, check out the flights. What a flight, great idea for charity. Sounds good, Forza King, much appreciated. It's a long one. It's a very long one, flying from England to Australia, so it's halfway around the world. We'll be crossing through 3 continents, 11 time zones, and our flight path, I think something like 23 countries you fly over as well, so certainly we are taking it Mr. Worldwide today. And so as it stands, we are about 1/8 of the way into the flight right now. We've been airborne for 2 hours and 10 minutes. We're 1/8 of the way there. Tiny bit of turbulence, but nothing too major. We leave the seatbelt sign alone for a little bit before we turn it back on again. Most disappointing airline you've flown with Jetstar Australia. Doing business class and exactly the same as business class on the Qantas 7.3. To be fair, Jetstar, from what I can tell, they're more of a budget option within Australia, so you are paying for a cheaper ticket at the end of the day compared to the national carrier. Because within Australia, what airlines do you have? You've got Qantas. You had Virgin Australia. I'm not sure. Do Virgin Australia still operate, or did they go bust at some point? I know their Virgin Airlines as a brand have had a few issues recently. You've got Jetstar. You've got Are you really? That is a phenomenal amount. That will help so many people with the Red Cross. Genuinely. Mo, you really are a fantastic person. I mean, I take the pee out of you all the time, admittedly, but genuinely, you really are probably one of the most down-to-earth people I know. And genuinely, that amount is just... yeah, faith in humanity for once. I mean, like I say, I've met Mo a couple of times. Well, I've actually met him twice. Once at the Flight Sim show, once at a volunteer railway I'm at. And the conversation I've had with him, especially with the X-Plane Facebook group as well. So he's an admin on the X-Plane Facebook group. The major one with, like, was it 30,000 members now? Or at least we're getting quite close to that at the moment. And yeah, just... was not expecting that. Genuinely. Wow, okay, yeah, thank you. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get that amount updated on the top. That's... welcome Aviation, how you doing? Two seconds, needs to update the progress. 8 to be credits, it's going to be this. Yeah, enjoy your barbecue, man. Enjoy it. At some point when lockdown ends, I'll definitely head up to Central England. We'll have a meet-up or something. I still owe you a train ride as well. If you wait until potentially next year when we do open up properly, I should hopefully have been qualified as a driver by then. So I'm sure I can try and squeeze you in for a cab ride. But, as I say... give me 2 seconds. Right, so, yeah. 404 and 20 so far. I only expect to make maybe 150 max. $400. I mean, I'm gonna have a look. What is the average cost like per person for the Red Cross? Then expenditure explain. Let's have a look. In fact, let's go through it on screen. Because, whoops, my phone's decided to give up on me. Thanks. Because, like I say, I support the Red Cross and what they do, but always you can learn more about it. Get up to fly, gotta go. Try and stay up late enough to see the landing later. It's at 2 in the morning. It's tomorrow morning, basically, we'll be landing. So if you can stay up for that long, then well, fair play. Give me 2 seconds. I need to bring this back. Expenditure explained. Here we go. Let's have a look. So, with the money that the Red Cross gets, what goes into what? So if we switch over to this screen, perfect. So, so this is from 2018, it's a few years back, but their spending in all was 243 million. Of that, 21% of that went into fundraising and retail. So in that case, I can imagine that would be like people out at shops, kind of promoting money, kind of badges and pins and all that to kind of help with the income charity. 9% went to supporting costs, so I can imagine that that will have been then kind of like supporting companies and charities and organisations to kind of help with the income flow of Red Cross, and then 70% went to charitable activities excluding support costs. So let's have a look. Support costs were 9% included events, finance, human resources. So yeah, that'd be like train staff, run their IT and management systems, and all of that. When it comes to charity, 2018 they spent £190.6 million of that. 15% went to crisis response, 12% went to first aids, 11% went to refugee support, 30% to support between homes and hospital, and then 32% was spent internationally. And so with the income that people give, with the money that the government give through grants as well, they can start helping people internationally as well. Where their funds came from, so 36% from donations, such as you guys today, 60% such through legacies, so I can imagine that's going to be, what would legacies be? And I can imagine that's maybe like wills and money that was left behind by people, a legacy as such. Retail, so that'd be like the shops, so people who put pennies and whatever into the little charity pots. 11% from grants and money from the government, and 22% from different contracts and fees as well. So that would be like running organisations and events and different partnerships there. 2% from other, and that I can imagine goes into a little more detail on there. So yeah, fair amount of money does go back into the community. I mean, of course, there will be overhead costs and all that as well. In order to like spend money, you need to make money, and so of course there'll be some going in as well as out. But £200 will definitely support a lot of people in kind of in all the support they need, really, especially right now with the whole COVID-19 situation. Landing tomorrow Europe time, yes, 17 hours. We land in 14 hours and 16 minutes. Currently at cruise, 41,000, Mach 0.838, so we have sped up a tiny bit. Fuel burn is starting to come down a bit now, so only at 87% of throttle inputs. The start supply is like 96, 97 with the part of cruise, but as we say, we burn fuel, we become lighter, and therefore we don't need as much power to push the aircraft. Also, with such a high altitude cruise, it means that the air economy will be a lot easier as well. QANTAS, what airport do we use that for? I think QANTAS is actually one of the approaches in for Athens, isn't it? Because I do recognise it as a waypoint. Welcome Sachin, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats, how are you? We've been flying for 2 hours and 22 minutes. So I think we'll watch that elapse to 2:22:22. Current UTC time Zulu is 10:27. UK time is 11:27. Where we are right now over Europe will be 12:27. Again, just a reminder, this is a charity flight today, and so any money that goes towards the stream will be heading straight out to the British Red Cross. Everything good? Absolutely. So far so good. The aircraft's flying like a dream. I mean, it's a Dreamliner, what do you expect? Flies like a dream. Have they fixed the VNAV issue? Yeah, for the most part, VNAV's looking like it's working fine. So we've climbed up to 41,000 without any issue. LNAV also working out any problems. So we are following the flight plan as it should do. Although this is using the version 1.5 TOLIS, sorry, Magknight. Yeah, so at the moment it's still in like beta testing. It should hopefully be with us very soon. And therefore we have got the new engine types as well. So we are using the General Electrics, but there is also the Rolls-Royce option for flying an aircraft with Rolls-Royces. But yes, as I say, as it stands, this is the better version of the Magknight with proper working VNAV. And hopefully soon we'll see the upgraded cockpit model as well. Last year flew with Air New Zealand 789, and during takeoff didn't even know the engines were running. How much is £200 in dollars? Let's have a look. £200 is $247, so just shy of $250. Yeah, the 7.8's engines aren't exactly loud, and so, especially within the cabin, noise proofing, you're not going to hear too much of it. even from outside, it's like a ghostly whine. I love the sound of the General Electrics. Have I done that? Ah, that's like shaving. Sorry, I just noticed some scratches on my fingertips. Didn't know how I got them. Yeah, so now I've been in the sky for just over 2.5 hours. Well, coming up to 2.5 hours, sorry. I mean, this is a normal flight time for me, so I'll be kind of like final approach, making ourselves a landing soon. No, not today. We did London to New York last week. Sorry, it wasn't last week, it was the week before, but that was a good 8 hours of flight. We still have another 6 hours to go before flying that right now. But flying to Perth, that is 17 hours of airtime. I can tell you, for the next couple of weeks, I will not be doing any long-haul flights whatsoever on this channel. I did a transatlantic 2 weeks ago, I'm doing this today. Tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to stream, so normally, I stream on a Sunday as well. If I do stream, it will be towards the evening, and it will almost definitely be a train simulator. I don't think I'll do a flight sim this evening, but yeah, I'm blown away. £404.20 raised so far. 200 of that coming from sorry, my mind is such a mess right now. I don't normally wake up at 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday. £200 from Mo. We had 190 from that flight sim guy. It's a lot of money. Imagine if the game crashed. That would be sad. So safe, everyone. If the sim crashes, then I will resume the flight from our previous waypoint. Normally, if a flight would crash, if it was within like an early stage of it, then I'd just restart. If it was towards approach, then I'll just like jump to the final approach. But if this flight were to crash, then what would happen? Because explain what it does is on the airport loading thing, if you fly long enough, it will tell you what the nearest airport is to your previous location. So we'll spawn at the nearest airport, we'll jump up to 41,000, and then we'll just base ourselves on our next waypoint, or what we're going to be flying towards. And then with the help of the YouTube editor, like magic, I can make the whole thing disappear. Yes, I love YouTube's new editor. What we can do is trim down videos, and what I can then do is head over to the live stream, trim down the crashes, and it'll just be a seamless transition like nothing ever happened. I have had to do it once or twice. I won't tell you when I did it. The only thing you can really notice maybe a slight jump cut of my head bobbing or whatever, because the top tip for transition is if you're on the external view and it crashes, start from interior. If you're in interior, start from exterior, and that way it's a seamless transition that no one will ever recognise. And the only way you'll ever know about a crash is if you watch it live. But for the most part, when I have had a sim issue, you guys have genuinely been rather good with it. So you'll stick around, you'll have a laugh with me, and you'll stay for like the 5-10 minutes it takes to reload everything. So we have 95 pounds and 80 pence left until we reach our secondary goal of 500, and then I think we jumped to maybe 1,000 as our third goal. Like I say, I didn't expect to make 200. To get double that amount already is just why? It's going to help a lot of people, that. And so for those who have donated, you should be very, very proud. Are you in Perth now? No. We are currently... Oh wait, why's the map disappeared? There we go. We are currently over Romania. We have another 14 hours until we arrive into Perth. So yeah, we've only done this so far. Let's try and get on the map. There we go. We've done that. We still have this much left to do. So we are away from our destination. Sorry, itching. Just the heading again. I don't know. Someone told me that you're meant to match the heading with your current heading. I don't know if that is true or not, but at the very least, it's something for me to do rather than just sitting here as the flight goes in through cruise. We're about to start our next waypoint. It's a good 100 and something miles, 170 miles until we get to our attachment rendezvous. We still have 17 more pages of flight plan left. We started with 22. Although there are occasions where they kind of start grouping together all the waypoints, and there are some where it's kind of extreme distance between the two. So Ergun said 114 compared to only 14 between Putsi and Sinker. Can we do Sydney to London? Is that a real flight? I mean, with me, I try and do flights as authentic as possible, so I do real flights, real flight numbers, whatnot. Sydney to London, I don't think is quite there yet. Plus, there's no aircraft. Actually, the A350-1000 ULR could probably do the range with a limited weight, but as it stands, flight QF10 is between London to Perth, where a stopover, and then it continues on to Melbourne, which then we'll be doing the stream at 3 in the morning. No, they're working on it at the moment. It's just a case of waiting for the aircraft to have the right range to do it in. So as it stands, the 350-1000 ULR is the go-to option, but London to Perth at the moment is currently being operated in the 787, mainly because it's the aircraft they tested the routes in, so it was before Qantas had the 350s. But yeah, they tested the 787s, they got all the numbers and calculations and all that all sorted. So until they probably will eventually replace the aircraft in use for that route, the 787 will be the go-to for them. Because as I say, the longest flight in the world is no longer this. I kind of brand it as the longest flight for the longest stay, but it's mainly just the channel yearly thing where we fly from London to Australia and back. But yeah, there's a lot that goes behind those long distance flights. Can I fly from London to Oslo? At some point, sure. I mean, I have done that flight in real life actually a couple of times. I've done it twice. I've been to Oslo this year. I went in January. No, I went in February to Oslo. I also went to Oslo last year in February, so I've been there twice in the winter months. Maybe one day I'll go in the summer, but yeah, I can do that flight at some points. Norway being the first country I went to in the winter to enjoy a proper true snow, although Finland's last year. Actually, Finland's this year. I went in Christmas time 2019-2020. Flew back on January 5th this year, but Finland in the winter is a very beautiful country. Spent a week in I spent just under 2 weeks actually in Lappeenranta, and then spent a couple of days in Helsinki before flying back to the UK. Trains in London, 350 or 321. Probably the 350 out of those two. at IVO 2 seconds. There's currently no active controllers, although we are currently starting to see messages from Greek traffic, so Athens will be kind of within range of the ATC now. Sydney trades on Roblox. I don't play Roblox anymore, so unfortunately it's not going to be a game I'll be playing anytime soon. Interesting. London Paddington to Liverpool Streets. I mean, that... The only way I can think of that off the top of my mind, you can either take the Circle line between the two, or you can take the Central line from, not Marble Arch, it'll be Lancaster Gates. We'll see. Yeah, as I say, a little thing on my part of my mishap of that. If I can figure out where I can maybe adjust numbers with how the aircraft is in climb, it can probably do the surface a bit better. This is a log file. Let me ask on the TFDI forum. on train or bus? Probably take the train. Between those two, London Underground will get you there a bit quicker than you'd be taking the bus. Welcome MK2, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, how are you? I am currently hoping, trying to sort out an issue with packs that I've caused. The platform's working fine, but essentially it shows flight phasers climbing. That's because I've set the wrong altitude of my initial startup, so I'm going to try and get it to change if that's possible. I'm not doing too bad. I'm not doing too bad. So it's a phenomenal amount we've raised so far, £404, and I hope that we can get even more. As again, a reminder, we are doing a charity stream today, so anything you are willing to throw at the Red Cross's way, then please do so. We hit our initial goal of 200. We could very likely hit our next goal of 500. So hopefully we can see a jump from there. Ooh, we're about to hit water now actually, so we have left continental Europe. Sorry, that was a horrible reaction. Woo! So we are leaving now. Greece will be just to our south. And the next bit of land we'll be flying over will probably be have a look. It's going to be Turkey. So we fly over Turkey. We then cross over Iraq. We then hit the tip of India and Sri Lanka before eventually making land at Australia. Got 13.5 hours left to go. Been very good. You guys have been fantastic this morning. And it is still the morning, got 10 minutes to go until 12 o'clock. checks. That's fine. What's this? So we're now over water, and we'll be for about 40-50 minutes or so until we hit our next bit of land. Yeah, I'm blown away the amount of support that's been shown so far this morning. We've hit our initial goal of 200s, secondary goal of 500, and we can set that up as well properly. Yeah, we'll see. Can we hit the 500 goal? Can we maybe go up for 1,000? Sorry, I'm just so blown away with everything that has been sent so far. And they're such high value amounts as well. It's an average amount of 150 quid. It's crazy. So, as I say, if anyone has a few quid to throw, then please do take part in what could be an amazing fundraiser. I mean, I'm not one of the big major YouTubers. I know every year rent out a full-scale 7.3 cockpit and do flights 24 hours in that. But I'm small. I'm trying what I can do to support, and this has been amazing. It really has. And it's you guys, the viewers, who should be proud for this support as well. So we've got another waypoint coming up shortly. And there'll be 66 miles to Emrup, which will be our entry point into Turkey for this flight. Right, also, I should now be looking into prepping the second flight, shouldn't I? Which is going to be Perth to Melbourne. So let us pop open that. Get all the tabs I require. And then we'll prep all that as well. So give Firefox a second to load. I mean, I'll do it in Edge, but Firefox just has everything logged in at least, so all there. So open up SimBrief. What else do you require? I'll also switch over to this view. So we've got SimBrief. What else do I require? Also need a flight plan for IVAO. I think that's about it really, because I think it'll just be project flights. So, so this is our current flight, QF10 from London to Perth. That's our flight routing, ETOPS fuel required, and payload limited by MTO. So we have got the few ETOPS limits in front of us, but this information we've now already got. I've got it downloaded as a flight plan, so we shouldn't need any more of that. Let's create a new flight, and this will be the second leg. So this is going to be QF10 still, because QF10 is the full flight from London to Melbourne. It just has a stopover on the way. So it'll be YPPH Perth to what is Melbourne's ICAO? Mike Lima. Yankee Mike Lima. Departure will be tomorrow, so 21st at. So I expect to land at 1:45 AM. If we say 2:15 Zulu, airframe will be a B789. Cruising at. So automatic profile. Hotel code is Victor Hotel Zulu November Golf. Yeah, QFA10. 3 hours 35 minutes en route, which is fine. Runway 6 departure. That's the short one at Perth, so I'll double check how that goes on the approach, but if it is runway 6, then it could be runway 6. Flight plan, pick one that I like. Preferably with the departure information set as well, so I think we'll go for this one. We can analyse the routes, fly down south coasts, make our way around Adelaide. Adelaide. Don't know why I messed that up so badly, but make our way via Adelaide. Then, as we enter Victoria, we make a right-hand turn and land at Melbourne. Alternative is going to be Geelong. So it's not too far away as an alternative, actually. Right, so got that prepped now. Make sure I'm happy with everything, which I am. So if we generate the OFP, yeah, generate that. And let's SimBrief load it all in. It's not a major routing, this one. We have got a few ETOPS limits in place, but nothing too bad. We'll download the flight information now as well in the background. Thank you very much. Looks good. And then what we'll do, we'll import a flight. QF10, that's all fine. Departure time 2:15, that's our routing. That's all good. So we'll submit the flight plan, and then as soon as we land, we'll then be able to activate that as our main flight plan. So that's the initial bit sorted. Now I need to tell Projects Fly that we're doing the same. So hopefully you guys will be able to see Projects Fly. Yes, you can. We'll hide this for the mini one just for the sake of this purpose. So we'll hide you, keep the big one, and let's plug in our flight plan. So go to bookings, create a new booking from Yankee Papa Lima. No, Mike. No, what is it? YPP H. Yes, it is. I don't know what I'm going on today. Right, off to Melbourne. QF10. There we go. 789, 789. So actually, it's a 6 AM flight anyway. Zulu. Yeah. Okay. So I'll select that. QF10, QF10. We depart at 02:15. 3 hours and how long was it? 3:32, 3:04 airtime. It's 3:32, so 2, 3, 4, 05, 47. So actually it's going to be 7 AM in the UK when we do land. Yeah, it's going to be an all-nighter tonight. I'll probably head to the shops then later and grab something for that. QANTAS, IVAO. We will book and dispatch the flights, and we'll paste the routing in. So it's Hecto, Yorkie, via Adelaide, through Bendo, and then into Arby. And that is our secondary flight now ready. Progress bar so far showing goods. Currently en route, ground speed just under 500 knots. So pleasant. Back into the sim we go. Welcome, Miss Bar. Miss Bar, how you doing? Welcome back. So we've just finished creating our flight plan for Melbourne. Donations created at 404, so I am very pleased with that so far. And again, anything you've got, guys, feel free to throw it the Red Cross's way. I'm sure they're going to be especially pleased with some of the donations we've seen today. It can be £100 as we've seen so far today. It could just be £1, $1, €1, whatever you've got. But genuinely, it has been an amazing stream so far, and I thank everyone who has donated for playing their part. We're currently on IVAO. Currently flying on IVAO. I used to be on VATSIM, but due to a few issues that came about, sadly it's no longer a network I use. So hopefully at some point I'll be back, but as it stands, it does look fairly unlikely, I'm afraid. It's a shame. I do like the VATSIM network, but sadly, so a few problems have come up and they won't respond to their emails, so it is what it is. I mean, IVA is not bad either. The altitude clients I do rather like, and also we'll see what Postcon will be like once that hits the shelves. Look at that, we're down to 16 pages now of flight legs. Almost down to 15 even. Another 18 miles to go until we cut another one off. And we start off with 22 pages, so definitely making progress there. In fact, we've been airborne now for 3 hours. We're expected to arrive in 13 hours. We've hit midday now, 10 past 12 in the UK. To our right hand side, we have spots the oh yeah, there you go. That's spotting the coastline of Turkey, just up ahead. How am I? I'm not too bad, Tommy. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. So far, I'm blown away the amount of supports for the charity fundraiser today. £400 towards the Red Cross. It's going to help a lot of people, that. Thank you for following Can Plays Fortnite. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So, I mean, we're not even a quarter of their flight. We're not even a quarter of the way into this flight yet. Can we hit 500 before the quarter points? Can we hit 1,000 before midway? Genuinely, it's been that fantastic level of support so far. Could we hit 1,000 by the end of the flights? If we do, I don't know how I can really respond to that because... hello there, hope you have a safe flight. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, like I say, I did not expect this level of support. I expected maybe £100, 150 tops. Maybe to get the flight to Melbourne if we're lucky. No, you guys have just smashed that into smithereens. It's a lot of money there. Can help a lot of people out. It's like Operation COVID-19 is going rather well. Being a whole initiative, I mean, I'm just playing one part. The whole operation. Let's go through a bit more detail about that as well. Tiltify. So. Stick this on the screen. So this is Operation. Well, this is my stream. QF10 London to Perth Operation COVID-19. So essentially, the British Red Cross are having a fundraising event called Operation COVID-19. The whole point of it is to game for 19 hours and raise money in support of COVID relief. So there's a lot of people doing it at the moment. So far, £182,424 raised, and of that amount, well, you guys have already achieved £404.20. So we had a £150 goal for Melbourne, a £200 goal, which was our original amount if we'd get it if we're lucky. We're now at 404, with 500 being the secondary goal. So next milestone, like I said, will be that. The schedule, as it stands, 1 AM we top of descent. 5 PM in the UK will be the midway points. And also a little bit of information about the Red Cross and their campaign as well. But yeah, I have been blown away the amount of support you guys have given so far. And if you guys have like a bit as well to spare, then please do support the Red Cross. We already had one guy in the chat earlier on actually talks about his own experience with it. So he had a friend who suffered quite badly from the coronavirus and managed to, well, through support of the Red Cross, managed to actually heal up quite nicely. So obviously they are doing a lot of things for you guys as well. And so being able to support the cause certainly is a fantastic thing. Check out the flight setup. It's currently 24 degrees in the aircraft, centigrade. All the air systems seem to be rather alright. Fuel on board is nice and stable, 45 tons in the rear tank, which is plenty. As I say plenty, we actually have a slight lower amount than we should do, which is why we have the limited takeoff weight. Electric systems are all fine. Yeah, no solar powers, no AP generators at the moment. Hydraulics are fine. Landing, flight controls, all pretty much stable. Ethos displays, this is set to what I need to be at the moment. Nothing too out of the ordinary. And that's about it really. So I'm sure the other pages will come as well soon from Magknight, but as it stands, it's a very functional aircraft and definitely getting better as time goes on. Getting around, well, it kind of bobbles up a bit of speed and all that, but we're around 86-87% so far of the throttle outputs. 3 hours 10 airborne, 41,000 feet, 250 knots, 0.83 Mach. And so again, any donations towards the Red Cross, please do, but only do if you are able to. So as I say, a lot of people at the moment aren't earning nearly as much as they would be, without the situation kind of slowing things down. So yeah, if you've got anything to spare, then please do, but no one's going to force you to donate. If you share the link around as well, so if you can't donate, then share the link around, share on your Instagram, Facebook, wherever, Discord servers, anywhere you feel that people have got something to spare. I'm looking for... not sure if you want to know it properly. Hopefully we'll get some support from Magknight, not Magknight, TFDI later. As I made a small hiccup with my pre-flight settings. I managed to input flight level 4100 as the cruising altitude, 410,000 feet, not 41,000, so yeah, hopefully we can kind of get that change mid-cruise, otherwise satisfaction is going to drop as passengers don't get any meal service. Welcome back, Kevin. How are you? Currently, we're flying over Turkey. Currently flying over Turkey at the moment. Yeah, hard for a haircut. My hair always looks a bit funny the way it kind of sticks out a bit. At some point I'll try and adjust it. How long do we land? We land in 13 hours and 23 minutes. 13 hours 23. Not even a quarter of the way there yet. We've been up since 9:30 this morning. Although I can't lie, it has not yet felt like 3 hours. The amount of support has been phenomenal. Feels like I've been here for maybe 40 minutes at most. How much we've raised for charity so far? We've raised £404.20 so far. $404.20, as you can see in the top blue bar here. It's an amazing amount, and hopefully, since you have so long left to go, we can raise a bit more as well. As I say, feel free to throw a few pennies at it if you can. Feel free to share it around on Discord, social media, wherever as well. The more places you can get donations from, ultimately the better things will be as well in the future. I mean, so at the moment, the British Red Cross have done a lot within the UK to kind of support older people and getting their shopping and groceries. They've supported hospitals in cleaning beds and sterilising locations. I mean, sadly, the UK has not exactly been great at managing this, and there has been a lot of outbreaks where it really shouldn't be going to. Mine's going to the British Red Cross. So, as I say, they're currently supporting hospitals in around the UK and people in shopping and all that as well. And hopefully, as soon as this virus comes to an end, they can start supporting the international cause as well at a much higher level. A lot of their volunteers in the Red Cross currently volunteering at the NHS as well. Yes, unfortunately, the flight phase being climbed wasn't actually an issue on my part. By accident, I set the cruising altitude to 410,000 feet, not 41,000 feet, so I'm hoping that I can get a bit of help from... because I can't change, like, altitude or anything like that. Head schedule problem, delay, diversion, expedite cabin... Yeah, I can't change altitude, and so technically the aircraft thinks we're still midway through our climb. I'm hoping that there is a way that we can change that mid-cruise, but we'll see what happens. When's my next live stream on Train Sim World 2? Well, Train Sim World 2 is not out until August, so I cannot say. August. Train Sim World 2020 next live stream, possibly tomorrow, although I'm not too sure. If I do a train sim stream, if I do a stream tomorrow, it will be train sim, but don't count on it, I'm going to be knackered. As it stands, this stream's going to end at 6 AM tomorrow morning, so I've got a long night ahead of me, that's for sure. We are currently, yes, still over northern Turkey at the moment. X-plane managing the London flight rather well, and the Magknight 787 doing me a fair bit of justice to that. Okay, have the window. Doing it now for you. So it's the left-hand side window. And on the right-hand side, yeah, the heat burn's going to cause a little bit of a blurry effect to lower the screen, but for the most part, you can just see it's a bit cloudy. From the ground, yeah, again, a bit cloudy from the ground. You can see the contrail from the aircraft. Still not a great colour, but certainly better than they used to be. I remember back when X-plane contrails were black, horrible smoke. At the very least now, it's more of a greyish colour. Also a lot more puffier than they used to be. Well done, keep up the good work. Much appreciated, man. Like I said, I've been blown away with the support so far. And hopefully, we'll get a few more donations before the end of stream too. Every single penny that comes this way goes to the Red Cross, so don't worry, I'm not skiving anything off the top. 100% of donations will go right back into supporting COVID-19 with the Red Cross. What mods do you have? Are they links to somewhere? If not, can you send me on disk? What do you mean by links to somewhere? I mean, at the moment I'm flying the Magknight 787. And so, yeah, flying the Magknight 787 Aviator Edition. That was off the xplane.org website. For Heathrow, I had Aeros off Heathrow as well as Orbex England South. I've got a couple of freeware sceneries for Australia, so I've got a couple of ortho tiles sorted. I've got some scenery for both Perth and Melbourne. PAX is doing its passenger simulation, which is all grand. And yeah, I've got environments plus clouds, which is part of Fly with Lure as a script. So yeah, how's it going? So far, so good. I have been blown away with the support so far. £400 raised. We're not even the quarter of the way there yet. Initially the goal was 150, so to get over double that, again, it's fantastic. Initially the goal was 150. If we don't get it, then I end the stream at Perth. If we do get it, we fly the extended flight to Melbourne. So I've already planned the flight to Melbourne now. That was about 20 minutes ago. And so it's just a case of preparing everything for that. And so I've always wanted to do a charity race on this channel. It's something I've always wanted to do, and hopefully I can turn it into an annual thing, because as I say, this is the longest flight that I pretty much do in any flight sim, London to Perth or the return Perth to London. And so yeah, if I can turn this into an annual thing, so we fly the longest flights while raising money for a good cause, then yeah, we'll see. Definitely will be there, wait for the landing. No, because landing will be at 2 in the morning. Yeah, you guys will probably all be asleep for the landing. Hopefully I'm awake for it. If I fall asleep, I have got an alarm set for about 10 minutes before top of descent. So yeah, hopefully I can survive it, but we'll see. So that's some activity going right now in IVAO. Turkey's quite a busy airspace actually for traffic. No active ATC at the moment, but as we continue in flights, there's a good chance we'll spot someone later on. How do pilots on these long haul flights not get tired? Well, in real life, the flight to QF10 is run by a 4-pilot crew. So, at about halfway through the flight, the 2 pilots who took off the aeroplane will then go back and sleep, while the 2 pilots who then are resting initially will then head to the cockpit and land it eventually. Yeah, some reason it says climb. That's because I messed up at the start and nobody noticed it. So initially when I plugged in the flight plan and all that into PAX, I set the altitude to 410,000 feet, not 41,000 feet. So as far as PAX is concerned, I still have another 390,000 feet left to climb. We're not going to go that high, I can tell you that now. So, yeah, either there are 2 ways we can do this. The way that I hope I can do it, which is tricking PAX and thinking that we can change the cruising altitude, or we can maybe use the map, jump to high altitude and jump back down again. Problem is that will probably kill the engines, which is not something I want to do, so we'll see. I have dropped a message to the TFDI guys, and I'm hoping that they can just tell me, if you edit a config file here, then you can trick it into thinking that it's at a different altitude, but we'll see. They are based in the US right now, so they haven't woken up just yet, presumably. I must say the winds up here are really not as what I was expecting at all. Currently at 3 knots, heading 203. The ETA right now is at well, 0030 Zulu. That's 1:30 in the UK. That's about 1 hour gain so far. That's because the winds have just done nothing at the moment. Heading up at decent speeds. Yeah, this has been a great flight so far. And hopefully, because again, yes, the challenge is streamed for 19 hours. Yes, I've got a second flight afterwards to Melbourne to fly. But the sooner the stream ends, the more sleep I get for doing manual labour tomorrow morning. If you weren't doing the Excellent Charity live stream, what would I be doing instead? What would I be doing instead? Well, I'll be doing this flight actually, because every year on this channel, on June the 20th, longest day of the year, I do the longest flights in the world, or at least what was originally longest flights in the world when I first did this, from Perth to London or London to Perth. So depending on where I finished the year before, I then do the reverse of that. And so I do the flight regardless on this day, but yeah, I do the flight regardless. I just want to have a charity stream with it. If I weren't doing YouTube and the world hadn't been horribly ravished by this virus, then I'd be at a volunteer railway today. I'd be doing some train driving. But yeah, that's currently closed. Well, actually, I say it's closed. So I just said a moment ago I'm doing manual labour tomorrow, as we've been allowed access to the railway now to start repairing everything. Make sure everything still works post lockdown, and hopefully at the start of July we should be allowed to start doing passenger services again, at least with a very limited number of people on board. Can't wait to drive Bakerloo line TSW2. Absolutely. The Bakerloo line I'm very excited for as well. Yes, we had a £200 donation, and I am still blown away by that massive amount. Because I know the guy as well who sent it. Mo Media, he's on YouTube as well, and he's... So I've met the guy a few times, he is genuinely fantastic. And so for that amount of generosity is just... not expected. Never expected it at all. It's going to help a lot of people, that. I'm sure once the Red Cross processes all the donations and all that, then yeah, a lot of people will be helped by it. Welcome, Drawn. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. How are you? I want to try and figure out how I can get packs to know the right altitude. In real life, is the actual flight running to Perth during COVID-19? No. Actually... no, I don't think it is. Because the borders in Australia are currently closed to the UK, QF10 right now only goes between Melbourne and Perth. The Perth to London and back bit is currently not in operation. No worries, Kevin. Talk to you later. Okay, just doing a few checks and whatnot to make sure everything is still looking good. Good luck with all the money you get from Charity Stream. Absolutely. It's a fantastic amount raised, and I'm glad that so many people have actually taken a liking to it as well. It's more than I ever thought I'd get. And I'm glad that through Flight Sim, I have a chance to make a small difference as well. URT. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Drawyah. URT. Typed the wrong thing. No worries, man. Don't you worry. Right then, I will be back very shortly. I've been going now for just over 4 hours now. So, what I want to do, so we've been airborne for 3:37, and we've been airborne for, I've been streaming now for 4 hours and 10 minutes. So, I'm going to quickly go down and grab some lunch. Not sure what I'll grab just yet, but I won't be too long. You're only 13 out of money. Don't really dry on. I mean, like I say, if you can donate, then you can. If you can't, then there's no obligation. I'm not going to force you to throw money at this. I mean, there are other ways you can help as well. You can always share the live stream around. You can share the donation link around as well. Any way you think that people can try and support as well. I mean, yeah, you can donate. That's one way of supporting. But there are always other avenues to support as well. I mean, there was a stream a couple of weeks ago as well by Airways Magazine, who also did a live stream for charity, and yeah, they raised quite a fair bit as well. So like £700-800 in all. It's phenomenal amounts. So yeah, there are definitely other ways you can support, and hopefully by the end of this flight we'll have well, at least 500 raised. But we'll see how things go. We're only about it was 13 hours from landing. We've been airborne for 3.5. So we're about a quarter of the way into this flight at most. I've still got a long way to go. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to grab some lunch shortly, and then I'll be right back for more. Back in a bit. Right then, I hath returned. So we've got no new donations on my AFK time, which is fine. Still got plenty of time left before we bring this flight to an end. Snowy mountains just to our left. So we do make a fair way up to the aircraft flight level 410. Welcome, Will. How are you? Got a little milkshake with me. So, currently going strong in cruise, flight level 410, ground speed 478 knots, sorry 481, oh no, 478 ground speed, airspeed is 481, Mach 0.83 knots, and the flight stats serving us all well. I'm well, thanks. How are you doing? Very pleased with the stream. Glad to see you supporting the Red Cross. It's been a very good start so far. I mean, what, £404 donated. Hopefully we'll see more by the end of the stream. Hopefully get a few more donations as well, but like I said, I've just been blown away by the number of donations so far. So also have a look at the progress of our flight so far. So we are currently here. We'll be leaving Turkish airspace in a little bit. Making our way for. Actually, I said Iraq earlier. Our flight path may actually be Iran, which is where a lot more of the current airspace is going through. So fly over Iran, then make a way for the Indian Ocean. We'll spot the tip of India and Sri Lanka to our left hand sides before making an approach into Australia. So here's a return journey from what we did last time. Certainly a bit more going on as well. Who are you over here? Got a friend of mine online, Gnome K, yes. Osk J, yes. So he's currently doing, what is he doing? Oh, Stansted to Katowice. Should be a decent flight that. And then what are you doing? Oslo. Okay, so that was actually going to be, what's his name? Norwegian, I believe. Yeah, so far, so good. QF10 is the king, rather grand. Again, a reminder, this is a charity live stream today, so any donations, any support for the coronavirus cases with the Red Cross, then feel free to throw some pennies at them as well. So the whole purpose of today's flight is to try and raise money for a charity that I do quite like. I do support a fair bit of their work. And so, yeah, it's just really good things kind of go on with, really. Flying QF10. Flights from London to Australia non-stop. And afterwards, we'll turn the aircraft around and make our way to Melbourne. Pepsi, Max or Coke? Probably Pepsi for me, if I'm totally honest. I've always been more of a Pepsi person than Coke. Pepsi's just that little bit sweeter, which I do like. Dr. Pepper for me, overly sweet, way too sweet, but Pepsi for me is just that right kind of balance. So long to go. Yeah, I've done a great choice of flights. What are we now? Been airborne for just under 4 hours now, 3:56. We've got 12:41 to go. Actually, yeah, there's 12 hours to go, so it'll probably be 1:14 in the morning. Expected to be just before 2 AM touchdown. Yes, I'm in the UK. I live in England. So it's a long trip this one for me. It's a long way to Australia.
That work for you? Is that...
It's just a bit of family intervention there. And my blue screen background just collapsing in on me. Use Western time for live stream. This is Zulu time. UTC, Universal Coordinator Time. This is the international time for, well, travel support, basically. So, whenever you're in an aeroplane, you fly based on Zulu time. Whenever you're on a boat, your boat is based off of Zulu time. And that way you can communicate with different nodes around the world while sharing one common time. So you can see here, we've got UTC time at 12:06. In the UK right now, it's 13:06. It's 1:06, not 12. So it's just a universal time that's shared by everyone. Yeah, just looking at my plan for tomorrow. Cool, so that's my Sunday sorted. Yeah, so I'll just be greasing some points basically, ready for the train services come July. Pardon me. So, flight's going rather slow at the moment. We're making our way over some rather... Actually, there are roads going on down below. A few small houses and whatnot. It's not completely barren land below. It's certainly not as built up as a lot of the location that we were flying in earlier. Let's have a look. How many more pages of flight plans to go? Only 13. Only 13 more to go. That's not right. That makes more sense. Yeah, still no ETAs or anything on here. That should be alright. There we go. So yeah, top percent will be at 055 Zulu. And we land at 114 with our current flight plan. We do need to set the approach as well. As it stands, it's going to be a runway 06 approach as opposed to 03 or 21. The runway 03 via the, I think it's the Wave 2 Alpha. I'll double check the flight plans or to get a bit closer to destination. Engines are thrusting up a little bit more right now. Ah, right, okay. Obviously, let's do the flight plan changes. I just stayed on the VNav. Yeah, so we're 250 at 8. So the aircraft pick up that speed again, and then cut throttle back a bit once we get a little bit longer. A bit turbulence again. Looks like the winds will start picking up a little bit more. Currently it's okay, 32 knots, so it has definitely picked up than what it was earlier. It was like 3 knots more over the Red Sea. Is it Red Sea? Or was it the Baltic Sea? I Associated with the Baltic. No, it can't be the Baltics, that's up north. Where is it? What sea is it? Black Sea, sorry, not the Red Sea, the Black Sea. The winds had climbs down to about 3 knots. As we soon to cross the border from Turkey to Iran, it's getting a little bit more turbulent now. What? Right, I am back. Yeah, quick apologies for that. Got called down to do some things for family. So, let's have a look. Welcome Plex, if you're still here, how you doing? Welcome Kevin, how you doing? Certainly the world below has changed since we last tuned in. So, presumably now, yeah, I'll do that and that. Okay, so yeah, we're currently now flying over Iraq. This aircraft's just behind us. Currently over Iraq. I'm going to make a break for this spot of water here down by Kuwait. Still got a long way to go. But we are now at least a quarter of the way into this flight. Donations still at 404. Looks like we are a bit of a slowdown right now, but hopefully by the time we get towards the top of the descent, we'll have a few more donations come in towards the stream. But yeah, like I say, so far so good. And hopefully the well, surely the £400 that has been raised so far will go towards some rather fantastic causes in around the UK and also the world. Time right now, 13:37 in the UK. Is today longest day of the year? Yes, so today is longest day of the year, which means that it will be getting darker a lot later. But do bear in mind we are flying towards Australia right now. So we're flying from west to east, meaning that we will get a sunset in this flight. And then very shortly after a sunrise. So it'll be a very short period of darkness, but as we fly, because it's the longest day of the year in the UK, in the northern hemisphere, but in the southern hemisphere, it's the shortest day of the year. And then on December 21st, it's vice versa. So in the northern hemisphere, it's the shortest day, southern hemisphere, it's the longest day. So we get to enjoy that as well. It all comes down to how seasons work, how the Earth tilts on its axis and all that. You'll be off for a while. You've something. No worries, Norwegian. You'll be off for a while. Checking out. No worries, man. Take care. Very few clouds in the sky at the moment. The control of our aircraft now starting to take on the sky, and also very decent visibility of our aircraft from the ground, since there is nothing really blocking us from viewing it. Also got the QANTAS logo down below. We have a break at some point, so your eyes do not get tired doing streams like this. The answer is no, not really. I plan to be going on until... Well, we finish at 5 AM in the UK tomorrow with our added flights to Melbourne. I'll then probably have like a quick hour-long nap somewhere. Ooh, actually, I could potentially... We'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. There'll be a few things to manage. Let me see. Will anybody be at... not really. Oh, okay, potentially there will, but I'll figure out what I do in the morning. Whereabouts in the UK do I live? I live in northwest London. I'm a Londoner myself. We are nowhere near Australia. We're currently over Iraq. We're currently over the Middle East in this flight. We won't be over Australia for another 11 hours and 30 minutes. 11 hours to go. Bad thing out here. I mean, what airport's that? It looks massive. It's got 2 runways. And it kind of just sticks over into that tower. That is a very interesting bit of airport there. $11 hours, yes, 10 AM UK time today. Although hopefully we can actually, yeah, ETA is 0101 Zulu, so that'll be 1 minute past 2 in the morning. We've been in the air. We literally left the ground 4 hours and 43 minutes ago. (10:47) Sydney. Okay, so it's not too bad then for Australia. It'll be a morning flight for those guys. And as I say, after landing in Perth, I'll then take off again and do the further 3-hour flights to Melbourne. So it'll be 6 in the morning UK time when I end. In the morning. Why have I gotten myself into this? It's nice to have all the scenery properly installed this time as well. So last time I did this flight, none of the scenery was installed. It was just water until we got to about Greece. So it's nice to kind of look down at the world below. And again, not necessarily airspace I would normally find myself flying in. I don't recall really ever flying for like Iran, Iraq, Syria before, but on these kind of flights, you do it. You get to see a whole different world from up above. Got a large city now just coming into the left there. to the left hand side there is also a few cities as well dotted around, but mainly it's just desert. So it's just such great eye vision. You can see every speck of sand in the ground, because everybody knows that simulation people have the best eyesight of any video game character. Like, look, you can see each shrub down below. If you zoom in enough, you can see each individual bit of sand and grain and whatever. Do I go on Transport Fever? No. Sadly, it's not a game I do own myself. I'd like to at some point, but I'm not too sure when I'll pick it up. So, I'm going to make a few adjustments now to the stream timings. So I now have a second flight to take into account. So I'm now going to change the schedule and change things around. So I need to edit this one. Was it 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 hours. This is a long one, this. 22, so it started at 8:30, 6:30 UK. Touchdown. New one, turn around. So, having surpassed the £150 goal for Melbourne, we will now aircraft for a second flight and continue our QF10 adventure to the Australian capital. Time will be... What time is touchdown again? Sorry. Because I'll be on the ground for half an hour for turnaround. So top said touchdown will be 1:45, so it'll be 2:15 in the morning. Okay. Sunday at 2:15. Creates. Top of descent will be 45 minutes before landing, so it's 3.5 hours. We'll add stats to the timing then, so 2:15, 3, 4. Let's have a look at the flight plan. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh no, there we go. 0539. 0639. Take away 45. So say 0500 Zulu, 6 AM. Can't wait for the flight factor 350 update. Absolutely. Finally, with the proper FMS functionality, it's going to be a game changer for the flight factor 350. Ooh. Do I know how to insert latitude and longitude waypoints into 350? It should just be the case of, well, typing the waypoint into... Yeah, typing the coordinate into your waypoints. And you should be able to get it in like that. It's also just a case of setting your tracks. So if you can figure out how to set up tracks, then it's the same process. I mean, if you have a waypoint or a flight plan defined like this... Let me show you. I want to hide you. Yeah, so if you have waypoints defined like... Does not have one? Okay, I don't actually have one for this flight, but usually it's a 2-letter identifier stroke the latitude and longitude. So just use the letter identifier as well as an option. There are 2 ways you can do it: setting up a track and setting up the latitude longitude identifier. So top of descent. If we land at... Actually, this is touchdown, sorry, so we touch down at... Oh, 06... 0645. The live stream ends at 7. There, this is well, it's worth it. It's for charity. I don't care if I'm having to stream until 7 in the morning tomorrow. What should have been a 19-hour long live stream has just become a 22-hour and 30-minute live stream. So this here is our schedule. So we started at 8:30 in the UK. We departed at 9. We reach our top of the centre at 1 in the morning and land at 1:45. If all goes to plan. If we are delayed, that could go a bit longer as well. Then turn around, depart again at 2:15 in the morning UK time. Reach our top of the centre at 6 in the morning. Where is that? How does that work? 2:15, 3:15, 4:15, 5:15 plus 30 will be 2. Yeah, I need to move this back by 15. Actually, no, no, that works. So then at 6 in the morning, reach our second top of descents. And then touch down at 6:45. And then 15 minutes later, because I'm not sure if I'll bother with the replays for these flights. I usually do, but for the sake of I don't want this to crash on me or do anything bad, I'll do it all in unison. Perhaps at the end, at the very end, I'll go back and watch the replays. But as it stands, we've got a long way to go. What's this? There's an exam right now in St. Petersburg. Good luck to Alexei with his first garden start. We are currently above... last time we checked it was Iraq. Yeah, currently above Iraq at the moment. And we'll be over this country for a little bit longer. Following Iraq, it will then be Saudi Arabia, and then the Emirates, and then it's just water the rest of the way. No worries, always happy to answer questions. Look down below, it's very clear at the moment, not a single cloud in the sky. From the cockpits, wind's currently at 68 knots, which is going to slow us down a tiny bit, but as long as we can try and gain some time in the air, that'll do us more favours than we think, especially with our turnaround times at Melbourne. So perhaps when the aircraft is back in Australia, maybe over the next year or so, we could do a few more flights with QANTAS 787s, because at the moment, last year we just did the one, which was the QF9. QF10 hopefully opens up an opportunity to do a little bit more. Yes, currently cruising at 41,000 feet, flight level 410. So engine burn's now down to 85%. Fuel flow 593 per minute. Go to the fuel tank. Since it's got 34.1 tons of fuel left, and then we've got the 16 in both tanks as well. So it's got 16, 20. So we've got 66 tons of fuel left. No, 67.9. I don't know why I had to calculate that in my head. 67.9 tons of fuel left, which is more than enough to take us the rest of the way. Yeah, that looks quite interesting. Not sure if that's just a terrain glitch or if that's actually something there. Actually, looks like we may be getting towards the coastline shortly. But yeah, that is all water. And very angular bit of water. Perhaps a canal. Well, actually, no, it's quite big for a canal. Perhaps a reservoir then. Because this looks a bit more naturally freeforms, this water here, but this not so. Also got two strips there, presumably as a farm. Very interesting terrain in this part of the world. progress looking so far so good. Still got 11 hours left to go, but we are now over 5 hours and a quarter into the flight so far. Almost a third of the way there. Again, a reminder for all, if you have any spare coins or whatever, to throw at the Red Cross. Currently £400 raised so far for the charity, which is a phenomenal amount. So hopefully by the time we come in to land in Australia, we get a chance to kind of raise a little bit more as well on top of that. But so far, so good. That's the Moomin Troll plush. Actually, I've written the Moomin here, but well, the Magknight, as everybody knows, has its own little Easter egg, and that is the Totty plush that sits behind the flight books. So the developer behind the Magknight, he's a massive My Neighbour Totoro fan, and so in the cockpit of the aircraft he has got a little Easter egg Totty that sits in the bottom of the aircrafts. Yes, we have got a Moomin. It was actually a gift from a friend, actually, the plush. When I went to Finland last summer, my friend there decided to give me a little gift, and it was the plush, like a welcome to Finland kind of thing. Because what is the most Finnish thing you can think of? And of course it's the Moomins. So she gave me that. It's been a very close thing for me since. Been to Finland twice now. It's a very beautiful country. People are there very friendly. Yes, and sauna. Yes. I've done sauna 3 times. I've done 1 in private and 2 public. I mean, I'm a Brit, and there are still, I don't know. I don't find it Yeah, as you can imagine, as a Brit, sitting nude in a room with other people is not something I'd be doing on a day-to-day basis. The one time in private I enjoyed, so 2 times in public, was, well, it was definitely in the forefront of my mind that I was doing it in public. But nah, it's all good. So, hopefully, I get a chance to visit Lundberg again soon. Although, my next trip to Finland will probably also involve Tampere and possibly Kuopio as well. Kuopio is a place I'll likely go to. You'll go to a private one in 35 minutes. Enjoy it. Welcome, William. How are you? I'm not doing too bad. So far, £400 raised for charity. Hopefully you can hit 500 before the midway of this flight. So basically you've bricked your motherboard, and so you've got nothing else to do but watch you. Ah, shame to hear that, William. What did you do to it? Did you try and change something, or what do you do to brick your motherboard? Did you delete the BIOS? Oh, I like how my green screen thing is actually detecting the movement as a green screen, so I can actually destroy my own view through this. I think it's just so bright. With the lights that goes onto my screen, it kind of just... BIOS update with the wrong file. Ah. Yeah, and so I can imagine now then... You can't really save it, because, well, there's now nothing to update. It's just a... poofed up motherboard drive. Power off the middle of the update. Ouch. Yeah. Hopefully it won't cost too much to get that motherboard replaced. Hopefully if you do order one, delivery won't take too long to arrive, but deliveries have been slowed down unfortunately with the whole situation going on right now. So, what's about to happen is we're about to fly over the Indian Ocean. Actually, not just yet, sorry. Let me show you on the maps. Not quite as far as I thought we were. So, we're currently here. We're currently over... Where is this? Just over Kuwait at the moment. Actually, still not Kuwait, sorry, the border's there. Where is this? This is Iraq, so it's still over Iraq. We're about to enter this channel here. We'll be flying to the north of Qatar and just over the tip of Dubai. So we're flying over this section of water. We have a little bit of land to cross, and then after the UAE and Oman, it's just nothing but water between us and Australia. I mean, the majority of this flight is over water. Still 11 hours left to our estimated time of arrival. What was this? Oh yeah, this is the Katowice flight, wasn't it? Yes. So far we've done a crazy amount. Who are you? You're on IDA as well. So actually there's an aircraft not too far from us, the 77 Whiskey, from Munich to Dubai. Sorry, Abu Dhabi. Well, this aircraft behind us following the same path right now to Doha from Miami. gosh, this was also a really long flight as well. Oh, they start from Seattle. Crazy flight, that's. And here we are. Relatively stable throughout. Do I think changing the bar chip will fix it? Very likely, I'd say. There's a good chance that changing your BIOS chip would solve your motherboard issue. Yes, currently over the Persian Gulf. You know, that very peaceful place throughout the 1990s. I use a joystick. So I use the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog stick and HOTAS Warthog throttle. As much as I'd like to use a proper yoke in front of me, I just don't have the space to put it anywhere, so the yoke does me alright. I got no complaints with it. Ugh, pardon me. Also see some charity flights. Absolutely. I mean, there was that one charity flight a couple of weeks ago. That was done by Airways Magazine. That raised a fair amount for NHS charities. I've got this one today, which I'm doing for the Red Cross. And as I say, I want to try and turn this into an annual thing. So once a year, we'll raise a bit of money for charity. See what we can do from there. Hopefully, we'll hit our goal of £500. Very tired. I'm very tired now, and I've got so much longer to go. I am not prepared for this. Any supports, any change, any shares, whatever, anything you can do to support donations today would certainly be appreciated. If you've got money to spare, then do spare it. But if you don't, then stick a donation link on YouTube, on Facebook, stick a donation link somewhere on Discord. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who would be interested in a bit of a fundraiser. And again, a massive thank you to those that have donated so far. It's been a phenomenal start. Currently 2:30 in the UK, so at 5 o'clock, like I say, I do need to actually cut stream for about 5 minutes because YouTube has a time limit of 12 hours for a live stream. So if I was to go longer than that, it will just cut off. You can watch it live, but it will never save. So I'm going to split this into 3 parts. Part 1 will be London to midway through cruise. Part 2 will be midway through cruise to Perth. part 3 will be Perth to Melbourne. So there'll be 3 parts to this. It does mean cutting things off a little bit early, but hopefully you guys will understand. I'll drop a message as well close to the time on the chats. It'll be like, don't be alarmed, this is a scheduled pause. Just about 6 land there on the distance. To our right hand side, also got some land. Right, slap bang in the middle of it all. QANTAS Flight 10. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner that flies twice a week from London to Australia. Again, just that high-pitched whistle of the engines is beautiful. It's a ghostly sound, I love it. The 787 is an aircraft very close to me. Never flown it, but it's definitely my number 1 aircraft of I want to fly. I mean, the closest aircraft to me, I say, is 737. I fly it so often in real life, I stream it all the time. The 7.3 is very dear to me. Hopefully at some point I'll get a chance to fly the Max as well, but we'll see when that happens. I mean, as it stands, they're going to have their certification flights, hopefully by the end of this month actually. So if that goes to plan, then it does look like a very strong future for the stricken Boeing aircrafts. Whether or not people will trust to fly it again, that's another question, but we'll see. Definitely things are getting better in the 737 story. So, in distance, you can probably start seeing... I'm getting attacked from all sides tonight. In the distance, you can probably start to see a little bit of darkness. That will be the start of the UAE. I'll be back in 2 seconds. The French Player 7, thank you for following on Twitch, much appreciated. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Sorry, I kind of missed you there. How are you doing? Oh, on YouTube as well. You're all good. So that's good to hear. It's good to hear. So, we've been doing rather fine at the moment. Still over the Persian Gulf. We've got Asia to our left-hand side. We've got Africa to our right. Making the left-hand turn now as we get closer towards there. And, as I say, we've only got one more bit of landmass to cross before the flight comes to a water segment. Yeah, so we've got Dubai to cross over along the UAE, and then it's non-stop to London, non-stop to Australia from there. Subbed on Twitch and subbed on here. It's good to hear, man. Always enjoying the support from you guys. And again, £400 today is just a phenomenal amount. When I started this stream, I didn't really get anywhere near that. 2 massive donations. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get 500 soon. Thank you for hosting, much appreciated. So yeah, so if you can't donate, essentially, other ways you can support is by sharing the stream, sharing the donation link, kind of creating awareness as well for it, in the hopes that people will start donating a bit more towards the British Red Cross. Up on YouTube as well. Sounds good, man. Much appreciated. I am a Boeing person myself. I generally fly Boeing aircraft for these long distance kind of flights, and even short distance as well. The 737 is my favourite aircraft of all time, so yes, I'm more of a Boeing person. Okay, so you're actually now coming towards our first sunset of the flight today. Our first sunset of possibly 2 of them. Sun's starting to leave the horizon. Boeing unsub. Nah, I mean, I don't deny Airbus aircraft have their features to them, but I have always been more of a Boeing. I've always preferred a more hands-on style to flying, and so yeah, it just fits with me a little nicer. 462 knots ground speed. So ground speed is 462. Airspeed right now is 459 target airspeed. We are going 237 knots, which is Mach 0.8. But yes, we are going 462 knots ground speed at the moment. So if we go to program, you can see that with the current tailwind of 2 knots, crosswind of 16, essentially it means that our TAS is 459, and when calculated our ground, these are going up to, where is it? Up to 462 at the moment. Fast, this is normal speed for an aircraft. If anything, this is actually pretty slow for a cruise. This is actually very slow for a cruise. A lot of aircraft will fly a lot faster than this, especially at this altitude. Stream has now been on for 6 hours and 20 minutes, yes. We're still climbing. We've got 10 hours and 41 minutes left to go. So we're not even halfway yet. Got a long way to go. We'll then be on the ground for about 30 minutes while I do a turnaround. And then departing again for a 3.5 hour flight to Melbourne. Most long haul flights are about 10 hours in length, so what we're doing right now is, if we were to start the stream now, this would be kind of more of a normal length. I'm hoping that when we do get to the pause for the midway point, I'm going to try and fix this climb phase thing. Hopefully it will work, but we'll see what happens. It could either ruin the stream for me, or it can solve it. See what Unicom's saying at the moment. Still relatively quiet. We'll also actually soon be passing the equator. So, longest staying being... Actually, the equator doesn't really see too much change on the longest and shortest day. Mainly because the sun doesn't really change position too much. Being right in the middle of the world, essentially, day lengths don't change. You also don't get seasons as much. You get a sunny season and a rainy season, basically. So towards the north and south poles do things get a little bit different. Welcome, Luxus Status. I'm sorry. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing fine today. What's it? Luxu Statish. Thank you very much, appreciated. What have you been up to? So, starting to close in on the Gulf now. Got senior on the left hand side. Right hand side still a little bit more barren. And soon we should then be over the UAE. Got a few contrails of aircraft in the distance. Got two of them at the moment. That's maybe a third. Yeah, it's just us two at the moment. Last three. Got one there, and then my own. It stands, our top percent is still going to be just before 2 in the morning. Quick update of fuel, 63 tonnes on board. So fuel burn is spot on. We could probably even speed the aircraft up a tiny bit. Let's have a look. 2.82 perhaps, if we can even do it. Nope, just going to 6.8, that's fine then. It's 10 more pages of legs to go. Although they are quite long distance legs, crossing over the Indian Ocean, so there's very few waypoints over in that part of the world. Top percent after Merib at some point, although we do also need to plug in our approach into Melbourne as well. So I've got that on paper, although once we get close to the airport we'll confirm what it actually will be in terms of numbers. Once again, if you've got any money to spare, then we are doing a fundraiser for the Red Cross today. Doesn't have to be much, could just be £1, but any donations that you do send today will all go towards the Red Cross. A very good cause, one that I do support quite a bit. You're from TFDI, how are passengers doing? You're from TFDI, thank you. So, perhaps you can explain to me, is there a way I can change this at the bottom. Flight phase climb. So at the start of the flight, I accidentally set my cruising altitude to 410,000 feet. Not 41, 410. So I have gone and changed the... where is it? The manifest, which is this, to set... where is it? There you go. So I've changed it now to 41,000, but is it possible in any way, mid-flights, to update the manifest to run it alongside the actual in-flight displays? Because that's what I'm hoping at the moment. Is it possible to try and fix my little muck up there? You believe you need to reload? Give that going to develop. Sure thing. I've dropped them a message, but I can imagine in the US right now it's a bit late, so I don't expect too much to go on. I've just got a phone call from someone. Usually if it's a landline, I like to just stick it into Google. See who it is. Yes, it's the London number, but I've got no information. If it's important, hopefully they'll leave a voicemail. Thank you for charity stream. I mean, like I say, I've always wanted to do one of these, and as it stands, as I do this flight every year, London to Australia, I might as well stick an extra aspect to it, and the feedback and the response from people has been amazing so far. £404 is a phenomenal amount, and I do hope that we can get a little bit more before the stream ends. I mean, we've still got a good 10 hours till this flight lands, and I've got 2.5 hours then from Perth to Melbourne, so I finish at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. I'll be streaming for 22.5 hours, which is more than I've done in the past, and more than I hope to ever do again in the future, but for a cause like this, it is worth it. And then tomorrow I've got a day of manual labour ahead of me, so that's going to be a lot of fun as well. Because the initial goal was 150, and that's where the sideline was. If we didn't get 150, then I would not fly to Melbourne. I'd just go to Perth and we end it there. If we did get 150, we would go to Melbourne. We hit 200 within the first 20 minutes of departure, so yeah, it was definitely a funky one there. And so what I hope to do, because again with YouTube's streamlet of 12 hours, when I get to the midpoint of this flight, I'm going to end the stream for 5 minutes, then restart it, so that YouTube's thing won't mess up. During that 5-minute break, what I'm going to do is hope I can use the map to jump up to 410,000 feet, get that climb thing to say cruise, and therefore my passengers I can get some satisfaction up with the hunger and all that, do a few meal services, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't kill the engines of this aircraft, and then 5 minutes later, we can continue as the stream had never stopped. But we'll see. It may trigger descent. Oh yeah, that's another point. If we jump to 410 and then back to 0 again, because the aircraft will have seen that the aircraft, because Pax will have seen that the aircraft has descended to 390,000 feet. Yeah, it may trigger. I mean, worst case scenario, I just had some very grumpy passengers who didn't eat for 12 hours of a flight. No complimentary drinks, I'm afraid. No, I should have been more careful at the start there. Should have been a little more careful with the numbers inputs. So, I do anticipate a sunset in a couple of minutes, and then it shouldn't be too long until sunrise after that, maybe like an hour or two of darkness outside. Gonna head off, let you know if you need anything. Sure thing. Take care, man. Have a good weekend. Right, so you can see on the map ahead of us now. We do hit land shortly. We're going to have a bit of a zigzag across all the airspace here. And then very soon after all the zigzagging, we then shoot off the other sides, and it'll just be a water flight the rest of the way. Magknight has Totty. Why have a Moomin Troll? Green screen doesn't quite know it. So. There we go, another waypoint passed. It's really interesting how the how grey the 7.8 gets. At least the QANTAS colour when the sun starts setting. It's a pure white body. I'm not sure if that's just an X-plane thing, how the colour mapping and all that gets worked. But there is definitely a different shade going on there. And hopefully, especially when the sun is low on the horizon, alongside the orange skies, this could be a beaut. It will be a beaut. So, if you look at the map on the lower right side of the screen, you can now see that we are just a couple of miles now away from Dubai. The 777 we were following earlier is only 8 minutes away from London. So actually, we are very close to it. And that that right hand turn puts us right over the area. So we'll look down. We'll try and see if we can spot any of the scenery down below. Got a couple aircraft over here. We're going to Dubai at the moment. The 330. Is that no good in Dubai? Yeah, or from Zurich. Zurich. You've got Heathrow. You've got Brussels. Actually, it's 3 aircraft, 3 different departure points, but all of them at very similar time arrival. You're offline, and also you're offline. So sharing it on the network, that could have been rather cool. You're currently on descent. You're on IVAO as well. You've got a few aircraft down below. Got one on Ephes Clouds. Offline, offline, and IVAO. As I say, IVAO as a network has really grown massive since the in the last couple of weeks. I'm glad it has. They're not perfect as a network, but they are certainly doing well for themselves. Certainly capitalising at the moment on a few issues. Ooh, there we go. So, our next landmass, the UAE. And then following that, there's basically nothing between us and Australia, just be all water. See if I try and spot any of the landmarks. Hopefully the mesh is high enough resolution to see any of it. Possibly. Oh, there we go. There we go. That is something. So there's the palm tree. Try and spot the map of the world. There's another palm tree. Perhaps that's the map of the world? Not too sure. We are not quite flying over the city itself, so we are a little bit away from all of that. You've got an airport down there. I think that may be Dubai. Yes, it is. Oh, in fact, there's a aircraft taxiing down there on IVAO. Welcome 92 Turf. How you doing? Another aircraft down below, also taxiing. I love the range that IVAO has with the models for that aircraft there. With VATSIM, the draw distance for the AI add-on with the AI models was never great, but this is amazing. So you've got the palm trees, you've got a map building. It's beautiful. I've never seen this in real. Ah, hang on. This is supposed to be the world map thing. Looks like this is mesh data from back when it was still early stages, so it's not quite all there. But this is where the world map would be. That's the palm tree. That's the palm tree. And here you've got the main city itself. There's the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. There's Dubai International Airport. How long have I been flying for now? I've been flying for 6 hours and 25 minutes. Our arrival time is 10 hours and 12, so we're not even halfway yet. Still got 2 more hours until we get to our midway point. Just a reminder, we have got a charity fundraiser for the Red Cross going on today. Alongside his flights, any donations, please do support charity today. And again, if people are willing to donate, people are interested in these kind of charity things, then I'll do more of these in the future. Maybe more often than once a year or so, but yeah, if you guys have got anything to spare, then please do. Please do. How am I still awake? Live. It's not too difficult. It just takes a bit of a will to keep on going. Sure. What do you need help with? Sure thing. Welcome back, Drawyah. How are you? So you think about getting a new PC for X-Plane, looking for a good PC that can run smoothly, decent graphics. Any suggestions? Not great with internals. I mean, it's always better to build your own system than to buy one pre-built. But ultimately, the best way is, well, if you want to run X-Plane at smooth graphics, if you head over to X-Plane's websites, they have a recommended spec setting, and essentially try and match those specs recommended to what you're going to get. That's the best way you're going to run X-Plane smoothly, at the same spec as the developers are currently working with. Welcome back, Swati, how are you doing? So first game PC, don't know how to build, you look on the website, thank you. It's not building a PC is not too difficult. Your first one or two is kind of just a learning experience, but at the end of the day, you're matching coloured wires to coloured sockets. There's only one place they can all go, and as long as you've got everything, then it's not a difficult process. Flight time remaining is 10 hours and 6 minutes. 10 hours to go. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long night. Dull. I mean, my flight transatlantic I did 2 weeks ago from Gatwick to JFK, that was about 8 hours with the Norwegian flights. So this one's certainly going to be a lot longer. Oh, it's definitely going to be a lot longer. It's like twice the length. But we're 6 hours in, 10 hours to go. 10 hours is what you'd get for a lot of long haul flights. So it does add up in the end. It does add up. I mean, I'm tired now. It's going to be knackering by the morning. What time is it? Same time as you. I live in the UK, so it's currently 15:38. We started at 8:30 in the morning today. Running around for about half an hour setting up before taking to the skies. From Chesterfield. I've been through Chesterfield a few times. Never stops there, went to the city, but I've been through. It's a nice little area. Currently 9:38 for you in the morning. In that case, Drawyah, there's a good chance you might even be here for the landing. If it's 9:38 AM or PM. If it's PM, then if you slept now, you could wake up for landing, 10 hours away. If it's 9 in the morning for you, then I'll be landing at 7 PM for you. Which again just shows how long this flight is going to last. A lot of the American audience actually will be waking up at this time. So hopefully the Americans will have a few views as well. I mean, I don't have many viewers in Australia. My Australia viewer base is relatively small for what it is. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 people who will, over there, definitely appreciate a live stream during their hours for once. I mean, opposite sides of the world. Yeah, for once they're going to have an actual live stream from me. Nice and rural, kind of like a little town. Yeah, it's a nice area. I mean, even just north of England, I've had a couple of trips up there. I mean, Birmingham's a place I frequent quite a bit actually as well. Birmingham, Staffordshire area. Chesterfield, it's a nice little place. Probably prefer it to Peterborough actually. Peterborough is alright, but I don't know, just something about Peterborough I'm not too keen on. So it's now going to be sunset. You can see the horizon changing colour now. Sunrise won't be too long away. We'll also turn on some of the cockpit lighting. As we do enter the night period. It's around this time actually the pilots, the crew, will change over. So the reserve crew will soon be taking control of the aircrafts. Or the departure crew will have gone and got some sleep. Turn on the brightness now, so as the sun will set going into darkness, the cockpits will have some lights. Are you okay to suggest a flight that many times? Sure, feel free to. If you're on Discord, you should be a bit better, because I can keep that in mind. But, yeah, any flights that you want to suggest, feel free to send them my way. And at some point, I'll give them a go. Do a cabin tour? Sure thing. So again, I love the seat position here. Sit behind the pilots. Get a view of the window outside. You can lean on the cabinet here and just have a kind of a sleep, a rest. Also got a water or drink holder, so you can also store your stuff there. Alright, let's have a look at the cabin, shall we? So, out the front here, we've got a forward galley. Got a few dispensers, got food containers, you've got microwaves, you've got hot drinks, things there. Not sure why it's all Lot Polish Airlines fitted out, but it is what it is. Back here we've got a few trolleys, a few trolleys here as well, and a forwards set of seats for the flight attendants, the one just there hidden behind. We head into the first class cabin. You can see the interior we've got, so it's red seating with QANTAS entertainment systems. Got some mood lighting going on through the cabin. One of the features of 787, as well as windows. And 787 windows don't feature shutters. What they have is a little push button which dims the window electronically. Not a feature that's worked well per se, but it is there. It's a little window dimmer. You leave the forward business class, first class. So you leave first class section, sorry, and you enter this centre galley bit. Wide space. You could probably stand around here, have a stretch. Got set toilets, 2 more sets of toilets behind me, cabin crew seats, and yeah, that's about it really. Centre aisle. Next we come towards economy class. So this will be forward economy. Head to the next galley area. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 toilets for you to use, along with 2 more flight attendant seats. And then we have rear economy. And finally, we another 1, 2, 3, 4 toilets at the back, and the rear galley area, which also includes a bit more space for food preparation and storage. Got a waste bin at the back there, a few more flight attendant seats, nice and cosy. You got this thing in the roof. I'm not sure what purpose it serves, but you got that in the roof. And yeah, it's a very nice little cozy aircraft, this. Yeah, I don't think Magknight have modelled it, but yeah, they have modelled the crew rest area, but in the 787 there will be 2 crew rest areas, one at the front, one at the back for the cabin crew to rest in. You've never been on an airline with 2 aisles, you've only been on the Jet 273, and what's your favourite aircraft? I've not been on 2 aisle aircraft either, but I have been on a fair number of single aisles. So I have flown the 737-800, 737-700s, I have flown the A320, A320neo, A319, Boeing 717 and ATR 42 aircrafts. So I've been on a fair few types. The Boeing 717 for me still stays as a highlight. That was a very good flight. I've got a vlog of that one for people that are interested. I do hope that at some point I get a chance to fly 71 again, but it is a retiring aircraft type now, so we'll see what the future brings for it. I was supposed to fly to the US in May. I was supposed to fly on the Boeing 777 and the Boeing 747 a couple of weeks ago, but sadly that was a trip that never happened. So fingers crossed, maybe next year, a chance to try do it again. No, you think the 350 looks best? I've always been a 787 person. For me, the 7.8 Dreamliner is the good looking of the aircrafts. Sounds great too. Eastlands to Tenerife South. I've done a lot. In fact, somewhere I've got a screenshot of all the flights I've done. Where is it? Did I close it? Let me open up Discord 2 seconds. Try and find the picture. Is the new Islander aircraft good? I'm not sure, I'm afraid. Which new Islander are you referring to? looking for? Discord. Personal notes, and I want, here we go, I want this one. I want this one. No, not high resolution if possible. Right. Let's have a look. So, flights that I've been on. This is my map. So, I live in the UK, I live in London, so I've been to all of the London airports, bar Southend, because Southend is not a London airport. So I've been Stansted, Luton, Heathrow, City and Gatwick. I've got one flight to Inverness, one flight to Biarritz. I've got flights to all 3 Milan airports. In fact, I did all 3 Milan airports within the space of 5 weeks. So I did one trip to Milan Malpensa, which is the main Milan airport, and that was a trip for Italy. The second time I then flew to Lappeenranta in Finland, and that was via a stopover in Bergamo. And then in January I then did a flight to Catania, which then the return flight was a stopover in Linate. So I did all 3 airports in the space of 5 weeks in Italy. I've done Venice. I've done Venice twice actually. Done Catania, and it was in this flight here. I flew the Boeing 717. Done Athens from London, and then in Athens to Limnos. You've got the flight to Vienna from London. Got Rzeszów from Lublin as well. Done Berlin. I've done Hamburg. I've done Copenhagen, Oslo and Stockholm, and then obviously got Helsinki, so there's Lappeenranta. I haven't done Innsbruck, no, but I certainly would like to at some points. Statistics, so 2019 I took 18 flights, 2020 I've taken 11 so far, although I doubt that's going to grow much this year. Top aircraft, I've been in 32 737-800s, although this is since 2014. I've done more flights before 2014, but they're just not in memory, so I can't remember what they were. But I've done 32 738, 74 A320s and 319s. I've done 29 flights from Stansted, 11 from Rzeszów, 5 from Luton. 42 flights in and out of the UK, 12 from Italy, 12 from Poland. And top airline, I've done 30 flights with Ryanair, 4 flights with EasyJet, and 2 flights with Alitalia. In terms of aircraft types, I've done 3 flights in the 319, 4 flights in the 320, 1 in the 320neo. I've done 1 in the 717-200s, 32 in the 738. I've done 1 in the 737, 1 in the Embraer E190, which is another narrowbody jet as well, single aisle as well, and then I've got 1 in the ATR 42. You've never flown on Airbus ever, that's why 738 is your favourite aircraft. With the 320, I mean, as a passenger, the one thing you do notice is how much quieter it is. Thicker outer shell and more thicker outer shell and more soundproofing. It does make the engine a lot quieter. Was that real world flights? That sim? That was real world flights. If you want to see my sim flights, then let's have a look at this. So these are my sim flights. So I've got a bunch of everywhere to everywhere in Europe. I've got flights to America. I've got a few within the US as well. I've got a couple of flights. I've got 1 flight in Russia. I've got a couple of them sticking around Asia, and I've got last year's flights to Australia as well. So if I go to page 7, is it 6? There you go, QF9. So this was last year's flights. Welcome, Flightness. How you doing? Yeah, so last year we did the outbound. We started in Australia. We flew, so we did actually touch the tip of India and Sri Lanka. But ultimately, it's a lot of water crossing. Fly over Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Fly over Iran. Fly over Turkey, and then cut across Europe. So we got Romania, Hungary, Austria, Germany and Belgium before landing in the UK. Last year it took us, 17 hours and 11 minutes. This one I think is going to be a little bit longer, to be fair. No worries, Basil. Back for landing. If you are, then fair play, because it's going to be 2 in the morning UK time for landing. So if you are going to make it back for that, then fair play to you. I'm not doing too bad. What's got you frustrated, Flightness? You'll see it. Don't tell your parents. No worries. Clean up your PC, reload your X-plane. That doesn't sound too bad. At the very least, sounds like it's going to run a lot smoother in the future. Oh, the Zyber model will not work. Check if you need to download one of the betas as well. Because sometimes, depending on the version of X when you download it, the betas will fix it as well. Don't forget, Explain beta 11, I believe it is, just came out like yesterday, so there is every chance that it's just not yet updated. See you later. Good luck staying awake. You would recommend coffee. We'll see. I'm not much of a coffee drinker, but if it surrounds, then we'll see. FNC doesn't work, engines doesn't work, throttle. Talk to you later, Basil. So, sun is now setting. And for the next couple of hours, there will be flights through darkness. Again, try downloading another one. If it's possible, explain old the betas don't quite work. I'm not sure about downloading old Zyber either, if that'll work or not. See something not quite loading down the horizon properly. City starting to light up down below. Another control to our right hand side as well. Another aircraft is in the area. So, in about 1 hour, I'm going to pause the live stream for 5 minutes while I let the stream reset itself, because again, YouTube's encoder rules, it will not allow videos over 12 hours in length, especially on live streams, so it will save the first half, the second half will be lost forever. And so the easy way to do it is just kind of end the stream and start it again, and split it into 2 halves. Welcome Hat-Trick Pack, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. How are you? Are you good in flying this thing? Because you have problems with 787. It says like an oil tanker in the plane. Ooh. Ooh, X-Plane just decided to not respond there for a second. That had my heart sink. Don't crash on me, Sim. It's the one time of year I desperately don't want you to crash. If I was flying a 2 or 3 hour long flight and it crashes on me, then it's not too bad. But a charity stream that goes along 16 hours, I do not want. Yes, it's like an oil tanker in the plane. I've not had a problem with the 787 myself. Maybe check your hardware sensitivity if that could be a issue, but I don't know. The plane flies rather fine for me. Last week I did the flights to New York, and then the flights to Australia. 0 problems. GG for doing this length of flights. I mean, it's for charity, so it's well worth doing. And again, if anyone has any money to spare, anyone who wants to throw even just £1, €1, $1 at it, then yeah, links in the description. Every penny goes towards the Red Cross. And what they're doing at the moment in supporting the COVID-19 situation. It can be £1, it can be £100, whatever you've got, anything to spare, All goes charity's way. Every airplane works fine. Also had issue once with autopilot after you intervened when cinemas. I mean, check if your Magknight version is up to date. It sounds like you might just have an issue with or version. Sounds like you could be running an older version, as the newer version has proper working LNAV and VNAVs. There was a few issues with it historically, but they've all been fixed now. So it could just be down to your version. Updated it recently. Then best bet, check out the Magknight Discord server and see if they can try and help you on that. If you're running stable X-plane, then it's not going to be a Vulcan problem. Stable X-plane means stable X-plane. All Vulcan is doing is changing the way X-plane renders your graphics. So I have some very fancy mood lighting in the cabin now. Blue throughout economy, and it goes towards, say, pink. Pink and green for first class. what you read about 787 is the wing flex. It has got very fancy wings, 787. So, the sun has set. It will rise again before the end of this flight. Got another 9.5 hours to go, cruise. We've been airborne for 7 hours and 10 minutes. So, welcome to the night phase. What time is sunset in Perth? Sunrise, sorry. It's 4 AM. What time is it in Perth right now? It's 4 PM. Okay. So yeah, sunrise in Perth will be in 12 hours. Oh, sorry, Perth, United Kingdom. Why would it show me that? Sorry, in Perth right now it's 1 in the morning. That makes more sense. 1:14 AM. So it's sunrise in about 3 hours. So expect sunrise again in 3 hours. It's a very, very short night period, this. Especially as we're also flying towards Australia, and therefore the time it should catch up. So what time is Perth sunrise Australia? Sunrise, not sunset. Sunrise at 7:16. Okay, that makes more sense. It's just Bing not being very helpful at the moment. I mean, I understand why it's showing me the UK places, but in this occasion I want the Australian ones. Not long now until we're halfway through it. Ooh, who's this? Palma de Mallorca. Someone currently going through their exam. I think we've had a donation. Yes, we have, from the hybrid cockpit 787. I like that. Go 787 go. Good campaign. Regards, Steph and Frank QANTAS. Is that who I think? Give me 2 seconds. I need to check that. That's who I think it is, yeah. Stefan Frank. So he is a QANTAS pilot. And he does quite a lot of home cockpit building in the US. Let me show him his page. So he zap my personal details. There we go. And let's quickly share screen. So if I show that. So yeah, this guy, the hybrid cockpit. He's an Australian cockpit builder. And also a QANTAS pilot. Yeah, he's got some rather cool stuff going on. Oh, he's actually an IVA user as well. I thought it was VATSIM, but no. If he's IVAO, then you never know. Might even pop by with him during the flights. Yeah, so essentially I guess the simple way of cockpit building. So you start off with the flat images, and then afterwards you kind of build up from that. So you've got the flat image of the overhead, you've got the 2 windows, got the main console and the bottom. You can see he's already replaced the flat throttle with his own custom unit there. And so eventually screens and monitors to match up with the onboard systems and all that. Yeah, it's quite a cool little setup he's got there. And not even, I guess, too expensive kind of to do, because at the end of the day, a lot of it is just flat picture. But it's just very, very awesome. In fact, I think my brother is trying to do something similar as well. He's going to try and get the flat images himself and build a cockpit around that. Let me show him a picture of that. But yeah, much appreciated, man. Much appreciated. Welcome, Dark Laser, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. The sun has now set over the Indian Ocean. So there's now nothing between us and Australia, it's just water down below. So we've so far raised £412 and 7 pence, which is again a phenomenal amount. Thank you, following on Twitch to Viperco, much appreciated. Much appreciated. How are you doing? So we just hit 50 likes so far. Alright, got a time coming up shortly, and then it's 243 miles to Bowler. So we're coming up to the rather long legs. So we've only got 5 pages of legs left, but this is now the Indian Ocean, where there is really nothing for miles. Top percent is still set for 56 Zulu. We'll be landing just shortly after we'll be landing around 2:15 in the UK. 2:15. What is everything timetabled to? 2:15 will be turnaround. Yeah, okay, so we are a little bit behind schedule at the moment. We're about 30 minutes behind on the timetable. Yep, 9 hours to go. We're 7 hours into it, so we're still not halfway yet, Scandinavian. But we're getting there. Oh, how we're getting there. And we're still getting there. How long have I been to flight? So we departed from Heathrow 7 hours and 21 minutes ago. Seven hours and 21 in the air, 9 hours and 16 to go. But hey, we are almost halfway there at least, so we have that to look forward to. Right, so we are now over the Indian Ocean. The next time we hit land will be the very southern tip of India and Sri Lanka. And then after that, it's nothing until Australia. Will it be dark now on the way to Perth, or we get some light? So we should see sunrise before we get to Perth. We should see some lights before we land. Night landing the Magknight 7.8 is one of the better things. I have done a couple of night landings in the past, but I think for a flight like this, just keep it in the day, give me the visibility, because as I say, I am going to be knackered by the time I arrive. You've been on 787, it's a really nice plane to fly on. I haven't yet. At some point I'd like to, but I've not yet had the experience myself in the 787. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. This is boring, is it? I mean, I don't mind it myself. I suppose you can enjoy some enjoyment out of it. I mean, no one's stopping you from disappearing, I guess. I enjoy it though. And so, we are soon to hit the midway point of this flight. Another... how long? What time is it now? It's currently 15:32 Zulu. Right now where we are, it would probably... what does that do? I'll get local time from. So right now it's about 9 PM where we are in the world. It's around 9 PM. Oh my word, it's another aeroplane. We're not alone in the skies. There's someone to our left. I doubt we'll be able to spot them, but it's nice to know that there is some air traffic in the area. You know you should be doing this in real life. I mean, I don't have the qualifications for it, that's for sure. And I don't have the finance to pay for the qualifications either. How long? So we've been in the sky for 7 hours and 29 minutes. We are landing in 9 hours and 8 minutes. I'm going to do it though. Well, good luck. Good luck to you. Really can't wait to play TSW2 and try the Bakerloo line and 1970s Took on the ICE. Yeah, TSW2 will be a lot of fun once that's out on August 6th. Definitely excited for that one. No disrespects towards what? it's alright. Passengers will definitely be asleep right now. Hopefully be nice and refreshed by the time they land. I wish I could sleep right now, but that's not going to happen. So I've got a long way to go. I really wish I could be asleep right now. Come on guys, we're almost at halfway. We've got another 45 minutes until we hit that. Can we hit £500 donations? Can we hit something really fantastic for the Red Cross? Get some coffee, bro. I'm not a massive coffee drinker. I'm not a massive coffee drinker. Will I be getting Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 when it comes out? Of course. Of course. I'd be mad not to get it, to be fair. It's the future of flight simulation right there. Right in your face. I mean, the graphics look fantastic. It's just a case of hoping that the flight dynamics are pretty good as well too. Very loud engine outside. Oh yeah, like I say, if I'm gonna sit anywhere in the aircraft, I'd like to sit back here. You're in the corner, you're out the way of the crew, you've got something to lean on. It'd be nice little spot to sleep, wouldn't it? So you can lower the heads-up display, but not yet working. Hopefully soon. Yeah, we'll turn off the dome lights. We don't really need them at the moment. We could turn up the brightness if we really wanted to. Perhaps it's actually smart to turn it up because I don't fall asleep midway through, but we'll see. Hopefully the game doesn't crash like last time. Well, last time the sim crashed after 40 minutes. We've been now going for 8 hours and 10 minutes, and it hasn't yet... well, it's only stuttered once, and it was only a minor stutter. So the hopes are up that this time we won't have to deal with the same problems. Maybe it was an RJ passing by on a motorcycle. Looks like you'll be falling asleep the way you're yawning. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised. I have got an alarm set for top of descent, so if I do fall asleep, then I have got something to wake me up before we do land. It won't all be doom and gloom just yet. Come on, Drawyah. You've been streaming for 8 hours now. Only 14 more hours to go. Kill me. Nope, it's all for a good cause. It's all for a good cause. Come on, you can do it. Of course I can. It just calls for an all-nighter tonight. Just had some random screaming outside. Don't forget, wash your hands, wash your hands. Don't worry, I am covered. I have got some hand gel. Yeah, apparently we're somewhere up there. But obviously, can't quite spot the... Where are we? There's not even ground here. Okay. Oh yeah. To be fair, actually, we are so far away now from any sort of land. Is that a boat? Or not just a reflection of a star, even? Yeah, we are so far away from land right now, but... we don't expect to see much in terms of ground. Yeah, I'm doing too much at the moment. I'll be back in just a couple of moments. Just gonna give myself a moment to stretch my legs a little bit. Try and wake up a little bit more. I won't be gone for too long, but just need to wake up a little bit. Even real pilots sleep in flights, you can rest a few hours. The problem is, what if I wake up too late? Alright, back in just a couple of moments. Should give myself a quick moment to just awake. Right, back. Let's see, what have I missed so far? What do you think I'm doing? Well, I went and stretched my legs, and that's about it really, just went for a quick walk. Yeah, I am the only pilot, so no one else is on. Do you think someone could take over the game and hack it? I mean, I've got no real open ports at the moment, so good luck if you do. Although I don't recommend it. Name it Operation COVID-19. I didn't name it that. That's the name. That's the Red Cross have done for the current 19-hour streaming challenge. So this is a challenge not just done by me, but done by quite a fair few people during the month of July. And so Operation COVID-19 is the name of the group of streams of people trying to raise money in support of COVID-19 for the Red Cross. 2018 at 28 degrees outside. I need to spend an hour in 80 degrees sauna. Crazy. You're mental. Who's that? Frankfurt. Control trying to earn his first star. Right. I spot. Is there a moon tonight? No, not really. So, we're almost halfway now. We're just about to tick over to 8 hours of flight time. 8 hours. Just give that a few seconds. That'll do. So, 8 hours in, 8 hours 38 until we land. So, what I'm going to do now is restart the stream. So we are, let's say, coming up to our midpoint now, and therefore it makes sense because of YouTube's time limit. Yeah, so it makes sense for us to end the stream now, restart it, and then finish off as like a part 2. if I was to do it all in one go, then the way that the YouTube VOD works, after 11 hours and 52 minutes, it just cuts everything. It breaks the video, it cuts everything. Because YouTube's got a time limit of 12 hours for any video, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes, like I say. And in that, we'll then do the second half of the flights before landing in Perth. ETA right now is 2:30 in the morning, so it's going to be a late night this. We are slowly losing time. If we go to program, yeah, 0116 Zulu is our touchdown time, and that's without setting any star yet for the approach. After that, we then got flights to Melbourne, that'll form part 3. But, yeah. We just need to make a quick transition. Welcome back, Main Channel Gaming Vlogs. How are you? Oh boy, it's like Edge has decided that he doesn't want to do anything anymore. That's a shame. I'm not doing too bad. So far, so good. Where is it I'm looking for? I want to go to that. Where'd it be? How far are we now? We're just under halfway through the flights. So we departed 8 hours ago. We are 8 hours and a half from landing. Let's do one quick thing. And then I'll restart the stream. And then we'll focus on to landing. Cool, so yeah, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. And what I'm going to do is almost like essentially a required part of streaming for this long on YouTube. Alright. Back in like 5 minutes.